Hey friends. What's this? Wait, let's put that over there. Hi, it's me. Look at my cool Grease 2 shirt. I had physical therapy this morning and was physically abused by the physical therapist. I have this thing done called the Graston technique, where they take like a dull butter knife and then just scrape it over and crunch up all the tissue. It's pretty weird. Does not feel great. In fact, I kind of think it feels terrible. It does not. It really doesn't feel good. Would prefer maybe like nice massage, nice back rub. I don't know. Anyway, hi, it's me. I didn't stream yesterday because I was too busy complaining. Actually, the main thing I was doing yesterday is last time I streamed, we had a little bit of a dead end. Like trying to get into KiCad, trying to get into Easy EDA, thinking about going back to fritzing, and that's the thing I really struggle with, like indecision with an imperfect decision, which it's tough because there's lots of things in life where it's like you want some options, you don't want to be forced into like something because it's the only thing available, but there's lots of things in life where too many options can be a little paralyzing, and I have a major problem with that. And so especially if none of the options seems great or like the right fit. And so I've for years felt like fritzing was like, not working for me. KiCad like didn't immediately seem lovely. I gave it I didn't know what I was doing, but we just played with it and it didn't just like click. Easy EDA, interesting, also didn't click. Although if you use Easy EDA, you get a free $8 coupon every month, which is pretty cool. Which is basically enough to get some free PCBs every month. So, but I don't know. But then, in talking to Greg Witt, who's amazing, who works at the Children's Museum of Pittsburgh, he just said, he just uses Eagle, which is now essentially just built into Fusion 360. I think it is still a standalone product, but you can just do PCB design in Fusion 360. And since I've been trying to learn Fusion 360 lately, that made a lot of sense. And so I had to shift my thinking a little bit. One, this is the thing I should have done when trying those other packages, was like, hey, design a schematic first. Do the schematic. I'm so out of practice with anything like that and was never that good at it. I tend to I've gotten into the habit of thinking on the PCB, which is not really what you want to do, right? You want to design your circuit and feel like the electrons are going where you want the electrons to go, and you can just look at that in a schematic where it's laid out nicely and everything's clear. Then you go PCB it up. Sorry, I'm just pulling up Fusion over here and it's going as slow as it possibly can. This computer. Think about it. So I have a Dell XPS 8930. Check out the system info. It has been an okay computer. It's been a reasonably good computer. It is i7, but it's 8th gen. So we're on the 13th gen processors now, so it's definitely showing its age in that realm. Gosh, I hadn't even realized it was quite that old. So basically I'm 5 generations behind. It has a 1080, which is still quite capable, but I just more and more feel like I'm not quite there. And I felt like a lot of what I was dealing with was like memory pressure. And so I recently added some more memory to this machine, but it's still, I don't know. It just feels like I'm bumping up against limitations. And not even that I'm doing anything that crazy, just like using the machine with some software packages open. They're admittedly somewhat heavy software packages, but it's not like I'm crunching crazy numbers in them. So anyway, new machine's been on my mind. So, sorry, I'm just gonna open this, make sure I don't open anything accidentally. Speaking of new machines, I had intended to purchase one yesterday. I really did. It was my intention. In fact, let's look at my shopping cart. Because I think I've decided on like all but one component, and you can maybe guess which component I have not decided on. Let's go over here. Okay. When I was a young fellow, building PCs was a hobby of mine. It's what I did all the time. But this is like 20 plus years ago. things have changed dramatically. One, it was way harder to do, and I don't say that as like back in my day kind of thing. Like it really was just annoying. Like it was really much easier to do things wrong, and you had to deal with a lot of pretty obnoxious considerations that now you don't have to deal with, right? Anyway, it was a hobby of mine, but then there was a certain point where I transitioned, and this is their shade, but kind of transitioned to the idea of like, okay, I want computers to not be my hobby anymore. I want those to just be tools that I use to make things. And so for a very long time, that has been my view. Like up into my early 20s, making computers, messing with computers, tinkering with hardware and software, whatever, that was a hobby of mine. And it wasn't that I didn't enjoy it. It was just like, it was not very fulfilling because you could just spend infinite time doing that. And I wanted to make things. So yeah, I'm not throwing shade against people, you know, or at people who enjoy those things as a hobby. Just wasn't for me. And then even when I bought this machine 5 years ago, it's a big question of like, do I just buy a machine because I don't care that much, or do I build a machine? And I was right on the fence, and it just turned out that like there just happened to be a really good deal where I could get this 1080 in this Dell machine for kind of a crazy price, especially compared to like how much everything costs now. And it has been a very serviceable machine. I would not say I hit like peak performance with it. Just in terms of like eking every, squeezing every drop of performance out of it. I haven't really tried very much. I mess around a little bit just for kicks with some overclocking, but like generally I run it as designed, other than almost nothing really. I think I added some memory, and that was just like 2 weeks ago. So most of the last 5 years it's remained as is. So anyway, and part of the reason I have such a hard time building a PC now, it's one, I'm starting a little bit from scratch, just in terms of like there's not really any parts in here that I want to carry over, and I don't have like what I used to have, which was like random cases, parts, whatever, and you could just like Frankenstein machines together. Once you're out of that for a while, you sort of lose your supply. So part of it is just like, oh man, I had to make a bunch of decisions on all pieces of this. Some of them are pretty obvious. Some of them are not as obvious. Some of them I don't care about, but still get hung up on. So just to walk you through where I am now. This is my current shopping cart. There's no GPU in the shopping cart. I'm well aware of that. Well aware of that. But here's where I'm landing at the moment, I think. After much consideration on the case, pretty sure I don't care about having a window, because then I will just obsess about how the inside of my PC looks, and I don't want to obsess about that. But I want good airflow, et cetera, et cetera. I considered the Fractal Define 7 because they're very nice cases, but this is not as nice a case. It really isn't. It's dramatically less expensive, but I don't anticipate, like those Define 7s have like incredible like magnetic easy release size, all those things like that. Like I don't anticipate really needing that. Like just being honest with myself, I don't think that I need that. So I looked at a lot of different options, a lot of different price points, and it wasn't even like trying to come in under a certain price point. I was just looking for something that like seemed like it would perform well and not annoy me, basically. And so this feels reasonable, and if I hate it, it's $100 instead of like multiple hundreds like some of those other cases would be. So I feel pretty good. That's a cool cooler. Look at that cool cooler. Why is that cooler so cool? The only downside of this case, as far as I can tell, just from like, I think it's relatively new, but people commenting on it, is it doesn't have a shroud for the PSU to hide all the cables and make them beautiful. Like they kind of hide that in the product photography. It has a little lip here, but I don't think I care that much. I really don't. I really don't think I care that much. This hard drive just not plugged in. So what we're dealing with here. Cool. So I don't know. I guess if it really bothered me, like you can see down here, you just get like a little cable mess. There's a little bar here, but there's not a full shroud hiding everything. So I guess if I really, I mean, if I'm gonna have a closed machine, then who cares, really? I mean, this looks cool. It looks freaking cool. I'm just like, I am drawn into the temptation of these product shots, but I think it's better if I just leave the side closed. So anyway, this seems like a pretty nice case. The other one that was like kind of top of mind was the Defiant 7, because that is what some of the Puget Systems machines we have at PSU use. It's nice. It was a nice case, but costly, and it doesn't seem to have the same airflow. So just, I don't know. I guess I'm like getting a little roped into like the thermals obsession, but whatever. That's the case. Inside of that case will go a power supply. I'm getting a 1,000-watt power supply only because I really don't know what I want to do with the GPU. Because I'm not getting an i9 and so on and so forth. 1,000 watts seems like it should be adequate. I don't know, the Puget Systems that you get when you really max them out have 1,200 watt power supplies, but hopefully I come nowhere close to this 1,000 watt power supply. Modular Corsair seems reasonable. I missed some Black Friday deals for sure on that, but whatever. Also into the case goes the motherboard. That is something I really don't know what to do about. And even when you like look at PC Part Picker, they don't even bother. They just have like a parametric filter that's like, just pick any motherboard that like basically meets these criteria. So that gave me some confidence to say like, as long as it checks a couple boxes, shouldn't have to care that much. I almost certainly could come in cheaper than this. I mean, let's just try it. So the short answer is like, there's a question of like, do the 790 versus the 690, so on and so forth. But if we just go to, we can even try it. That was the machine I'm building. So if we went in here and we instead said, instead of this motherboard, we were going to do this, and we just tried to hit those points. We tried to say we want this, of course. We want ATX. We could do 690 or 790. I don't care that much, but we do need DDR5. I don't know if there's anything else I especially care about. I mean, I could get really fussy about like what headers it has or not. I guess I would like to have 6E. So that gets us down to this list. And I mean, also, this is Dracklin's advice, and I think it's not bad advice, is just like get everything at Amazon, even if it costs a little more, so it's easy to return. So like, why is this true? Why is this true? Wait, why don't I even get, wait, is that Pro Art not 6E? Is it only 6? I thought it was 6E. Oh no, now I'm having second thoughts. Oh no. Oh, I thought it was 6E. Well, so the big reason I have that on my cart, maybe I'll change my mind, but the biggest reason is that is what Puget uses. They build a lot of really nice PCs, and so that's what I have in there. But let's just say I did want 6E, even though this machine is wired, and I would probably never use it on Wi-Fi, but just because, just in case. So there, gosh, do I want one of these cheaper machines? Well, I don't want to get deep into this right now, but let's just say it is more expensive from Amazon. It's fine. We're just looking. I don't know. I mean, so actually one other question is that may not be here is like, obviously you have to be able to flash the BIOS to support 13 gen chips. And I I think most of these newer, nicer motherboards would allow for that, but that is a thing. Yeah. Update BIOS without installing CPUs. So that is important because these boards are designed for 12th gen. I believe they almost all can, the nicer ones will support 13th gen. Now, I did say PCIe 5, right? Is that not a is that not an option? Was that just given with the chipset? And I just asked that because now I'm wondering, like, oh, does the ProArt support that? Again, it's not on my list to need PCIe 5, but it is. Okay. So, I mean, I could save $100. I don't know. What do I do? What's the right answer? Is that a PS2 port for PS2 mouse? Kids using that these days? I know PS2 port on this. There's a lot of USB-C, which I like. Yeah, that crazy flashback. 6E. Wait, that says 6E. That says 6E. That says 6E right here. So, I don't know. I could get a cheaper motherboard. But I don't necessarily... I'd rather just not think about it. And the thing that lets me not think about it is... Yeah, so this is USB 3.2 types, 3.2, a lot of USB 3.2 ports. This is E690. Thunderbolt 4. There's PS2. That's funny. That just says Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi 6. Or sorry, Wi-Fi 6, not Wi-Fi 6E. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with the ProArt. .5 gig LAN. My hardware doesn't support that, but cool. What do we do? We get the Grembone, how's it going? .2 Gen 2. This has a 10 gig and a 2.5 port. Why would I ever need that? What's going on here? We're shopping. That's what's going on. We're thinking this Fractal Design Focus 2 case. This Corsair power supply. This I don't know if this motherboard's the right choice. It's not cheap, but I think it's a nice motherboard. Also, the big question is the i7 versus the i9. I went back and forth on that because I'm definitely thinking, you know, like stuff that I do is requiring virtualization more and spinning up whatever to do whatever, especially dumb ML stuff. So I don't know. So I have been considering an i9. But then I feel like once you i9, yeah, I know. I don't think the other motherboard matters that much. I just don't. I don't know. Maybe I could get one that's $100 cheaper that basically has the same feature set. I just don't know. I don't know. Anyway, this motherboard seems nice. It's like a little extra nice, actually, looking at it. Like I don't think of a scenario where it's cool that it supports 10 gig Ethernet. I mean, that's kind of cool. I have no hardware that will support that, nor do I have ambitions to have hardware that will support that. The multiple Thunderbolt ports is nice. Yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty good about this motherboard. I could save $100, but hey. Yeah, the question of i7 versus i9. Like my initial idea was like, okay, just get some flipping cores. We gotta get some cores here. I gotta like assign some cores to some virtualization nonsense or whatever. But do I want to do that? And then the thing that really put me off, and I just don't know well enough to say, is that this chip I'm considering is 8 performance cores and 8 efficiency cores, and that's a new enough concept on these kinds of machines that I don't intuitively have a good feeling that. But the thing that stands out to me is that i9 is 24 cores, but it's 16 efficiency. So you only have 8 performance cores either way. So you're short 8 efficiency cores. I don't know. I don't know. I care. Get a Threadripper. You're messing me up. I already chose. I didn't actually fully choose yet, but it just didn't really, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what it really comes down to, I mean, we got a higher clock speed, but 8 more efficiency cores. I don't know, man. I mean, I get it. I definitely get it. I really do get it. And if I was like super duper into virtualization, I would be strongly considering that. But as it stands, I'm like only tentatively. And in fact, I only do it when I have to do stuff like that. Especially when it's dumb. Like ML stuff where I just need to spin up some dedicated environment that already has all the whatever arbitrary set of dependencies. But so, you know, I don't know. I mean, I was just watching some videos that said like the reality of the difference between even the i5 and the i7 is pretty minor, but I feel like I don't want to ditch 2 performance cores, right? Anywho, that's where I'm leaning right now. Main storage will be this SSD. I really try to like not put anything that is mine that I care about on the system drive because I know it's just going to get full of garbage because that's how computers work. And just, especially on Windows machines, anybody can just put files wherever they want, and I hate it. Even though all of the permissions dialogues are annoying, I actually really take satisfaction on my Mac when something says, hey, can I access the desktop? And I say, no, you cannot. You cannot put anything on my desktop, and you cannot put anything in my documents folder. It is my documents folder, and you will not touch it. Arbitrary piece of software. Anywho, well, that gets me into like the idea of immutable Linux file systems, and that's a whole other topic. We still gotta like spend some time thinking about that. Anyway, memory, I just get some DDR5. Seems reasonable. Seems like reasonable memory. It doesn't have rainbows on it. And then I don't know what to do about the cooler. This seems nice. Seems well reviewed. Seems like you can spend any amount on a cooler. I feel like I just want to get an air cooler and be good with it. So this seems like a very performant machine. I'm pretty comfortable with this price. Honestly, if I had just clicked the button yesterday, I would have saved $100 just because of Cyber Monday deals, but I think I can live with that. I can live with myself. And I could swap out things. I don't care that much about the memory. I don't care that much about the power supply. I don't care that much about the motherboard. I honestly would be fine with the 512 system drive too. I think that this machine just has a 256 system drive because I have a separate application drive and then I have a separate drive where I actually put my stuff. So I'm pretty okay with this here computing machine. The thing that's just flipping, ruining my whole entire life. Oh yeah, I lost my pro art. But it's not Grimbone approved, but still think that's what I want. It's got art right in the name and it says creator, so obviously it's for me. They're marketing to me. and I'm going to let them market to me. So the thing that is missing here, and it's just, I hate it so much, is this button. And, you know, if we go down here and we start saying, let's do some of this, a couple of these. But the 4080 doesn't even register as a, I mean, do I even want any of these? Whatever, we'll just see what's available. Just saying I would take anything 4080 or up. I mean, Threadripper's costly. I guess that depends how many cores I get. Okay, we'll look. We'll look. Actually, do they? I don't think they have a build guide for a Threadripper machine, do they? To do it ourselves. What? Yeah, well, okay, we'll get back to that in a second. How much money are we paying for a Threadripper? Oh, Grandpa, like, this costs more than my whole computer. Let's get the 64 core one. At 24 cores for $1,000. I mean, the appeal is there. It truly is. I feel the yearning. I'm gonna start with, like, what are we talking for 32 cores? Yeah, 24 cores. Oof. Okay. Well, you know, I think we're. Let's just close this window. I think it's not going to happen. So, this hellscape. What are we doing? $1,000 for a 3080 Ti. I don't think that's actually even a valid price. I mean, let's see. Oh, it is in stock. It's not in stock. That's a lie. So that's just a stale price. So we're not getting a video card for less than $1,000, right? Is that what we're learning here? I don't really want a 3080. I feel like I'm gonna get a 3000 series. It's gonna be at least a 3080 Ti. Maybe a 12 gig 3080. I don't know. Okay. We're getting close to $1,200. Once you're getting to $1,200, it's like, why not just get a 4080? Assuming you can find a 4080. We also have new AMD chips in a few weeks. Or cards in a few weeks, right? But, I mean, just, so my entry point to the 4000 series is this $1,400 4080. Oh, wait. Can I actually get that? Oh, yeah, we don't need to get this. We can get this anyway. Does that sweeten things up? Does that sweeten the pot? Let's just say start at 3080 Ti at any merchant. So, well, that still doesn't seem right. What was the card I was just looking at? I thought it was a Zotac 4080. Is it not this card? Oh, they're out of stock. That's why. So these are supposed to be $1,200 cards, right? It's all bad values. It drives me insane. Like, so okay, what do I, Grimbone? What do I do? What am I doing here? Why is that $1,200 MSRP? And then why am I paying so much money for it? Out of stock everywhere. B&H has this. MSI. 4090 or nothing. I mean, if we're getting to the point, it is out of stock. Where I'm gonna have to pay like $1,400 for a 4080, we're already basically at 4090 prices, right? Assuming you can get a 4090 at MSRP, which you cannot. Where's the first 4090 in the list? This is not looking good. $1,800. Not true. I kind of feel like I just get a 30 series card. $1,800. What is MSRP on these cards? Is it 18? Why does this cost so much money? Why does this one start at 17? Is it special in some way? Is it because it's the... It's got military grade capacitors. So, and a metal exoskeleton. So, I think you can see I mean, obviously I need this kind of power so I can continue making things for the Oculus Quest. I mean, you know, this machine will hopefully last me 5 or 6 years. I would like that to be true. Oh. I feel like the thing to do would have been to get in last gen and get that, like, get 2 generations out of that, whatever. LG, what's its face, 1700. So the 12th gen and 13th gen. This has precision automated manufacturing. This wasn't just made by hand by a guy with a screwdriver. Look at that. What about this 3080 Ti for half the price? This 3080 Ti is basically half the price. Can I just get this? It's out of stock. This is out of stock. Everything's out of stock. The notion that I could buy anything is silly. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a 3080, it doesn't seem like the upgrade is really worth it. I have a 1080, and I'm not even sure the upgrade is worth it. I think it is. Tough. Turbo. You tell me tough? Tough the way to go? We're getting tough over here. Well, here is a tough, the only tough that is in stock. Is that literally true? No, here's another one. A Radeon. $3060. The only video card they will sell me is this. This $1,400 4080. I would get that if they had that 3080 Ti in stock for $900. I would get that. The 3090 for $1,000. Should I get a tough motherboard instead of the Pro Art motherboard? Is that what you're trying to tell me? In stock. Next to nothing. What a sad story. Where's that 30? Where's that? That 3090 Ti for $1,000. I would have done that. I mean, I don't have to buy a video card right now. Is the other ridiculous thing. I could just stick the 1080 in the new machine until I was ready. I really want to. I do think it would be wise to wait a couple weeks on the video card, just to see what happens with those new AMDs. But this is just a sad story. Okay, I'm finished bumming myself out. Back over here. So, yesterday, right, 2 days ago, I just did a bad job, and I did the like worst kind of stream where I just don't know what I'm doing, and I just like grind through something without knowing what I'm doing and get frustrated, which admittedly is like 90% of my streams. We tried KiCad, we tried Easy EDA, we messed with fritzing again, and I didn't like any of it. Talked to the brilliant Greg Witt at Children's Museum of Pittsburgh. He said he's just been using the PCB design tools that are now built into Fusion 360 because Autodesk bought Eagle. And they're not bad. And the biggest thing for me was like to wrap my head around. I think I picked it up relatively quickly. The biggest thing for me to wrap my head around, and I will not tell you that I did this correctly at all, actually. But the biggest thing I needed to do was just like get it through my brains that that was weird. I needed to do a schematic first. Like that's just, I needed to draw a nice schematic. And so I drew a schematic. And I think it's not bad. I think it's simple. It's such a simple circuit. There's so little to it. It just happens to be that like laying out the board with this ESP32 was annoying, but if I just did the schematic, we got the schematic here, which is mainly just, I mean, it's literally just a bunch of headers and then 3 resistors and 2 transistors. It could not be more simple. It's embarrassingly simple even, but you know, I want the practice. But if you have the schematic, it is relatively straightforward to then, and this is cool, I think it's cool. You can only kind of do it one way, where you can go straight from your schematic to a PCB design. And before you lay out all of the wires, like we can just do this. Somewhere there's like a way to delete everything. How do we do it? I'm in all. So, what? That's weird. It seems like it didn't actually undo. Did I not do that correctly? I think you just like tell it to unroute everything. Anyway, whatever. The idea is that the connections come in as just like rat's nesty wires or whatever they're called in here. Signal lines, whatever. And then you go through and you route them, and you can use all the magical robot auto routing stuff, but I don't know. I like doing that. I like coming up with the routing and doing the routing. I think it's kind of relaxing and fun. Did I lose all these settings? This does not seem like what I want my settings to be. Weird. So I did this, then I spent a bunch of time wasted trying to figure out how to just like silk screen a graphic on here, which should be easy, but is like bafflingly complicated for no reason at all in Eagle. There's ways to do it, but they're like absurd convoluted processes that I don't understand why you can't just like click a button and add a graphic. I don't know. I mean, people like bend over backwards to try to add fun graphics to their devices, but whatever. Did I break something when I was... Oh, I undoed this. I just wanted to move my power over here because I somehow felt better about it. It was over here. Okay. So we can do this. It's got all this stuff. I'm sure there's a billion things that it does that I have no idea about, but it's kind of cool. You can have a little multimeter testing, and you can do, of course, like all your rules checks and things like that. So I think it's pretty neat. And then getting from here to getting manufactured, it's pretty quick. The thing that's cool, and you can do all that here, like see the board and change the colors and all that stuff. A thing that is especially cool, though, that is very much a Fusion thing, is you can just push this to a 3D model of the PCB. And even though these aren't exactly the components I want, and there's a couple things that are wonky about the footprints of these, which is really weird. All of that aside, it's pretty cool. I think it's cool. So now you have this, and then I could, this could become part of some bigger design. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I feel like this is just where I'm going to invest my energy. I've obviously invested a lot of energy so far in learning Fusion. And so I think it just makes sense to continue that. So I'm reasonably pleased with this, except for the part where nothing works. Because so I've been trying to get this thing working with matter, and this thing back here, a control panel working with matter. That's part of what this board design is based on, so on and so forth. Going back with various people associated with various projects related to ESP32, like expressive support in matter. And then finally landed on this, which is looks like some issue at Apple's end. We will check with them and update. So unfortunately, it just looks like, I guess the good news is I wasn't doing something wrong, which is like, there are definitely times where I would prefer that I was just doing something dumb. Actually, very often, even though I think, like, I don't know, it's funny because I feel like early in my, like, I guess I would say career, you don't want those scenarios where it's like, oh, I was just doing something dumb. I'm going to look like an idiot. Like you want it to be hard so you don't feel bad about yourself. Now I'm grateful if something is just a dumb problem. It's like, oh, thank gosh, it's just something dumb. And so because it's something dumb, it will not be very complicated to fix. That is a pretty major perspective change in my life. But I don't know. It's not the case here, unfortunately. So I'm torn on this. Like, I don't want to. This was supposed to be just like a fun project to do in a week or something, and it's kind of dragging on and be a little frustrated with some parts of it. And so I was rethinking. I was like reconsidering the whole idea of like, what do I want to do here? And I went back to an earlier idea of like, oh, once upon a time, I had an idea of like lots of little modules that hooked together and could do different things, and they would just communicate in some way or another. And like, maybe that would be cool. Maybe it would be cool to just have the control box be the control box, and its only job is to spit out the signal. And then independently of that, have whatever. Have whatever the host is, or the client is, or whatever. And so I was imagining in this case, say for example, this box is just spitting out and listening to MIDI, and then you could plug it into a computer and use it for MIDI. You could plug it in wherever, use it for MIDI. but then I would make a special box that was like a MIDI to Matter bridge box. And then the whole thing is you'd plug in MIDI on one end, and then the bridge part would be handled inside of it. So I thought that sounded kind of funny, kind of cool. So that was definitely a consideration. There's still that dumb consideration too of like that thing I was building early on of the ridiculous like build a box that just was basically like a keyboard logger, and then have that spit out to my iPad so I could just type to it with my real keyboard through this dumb hardware box. So anyway, those are all still things that are in my mind, is like, because I think all this stuff is bad, just make it also bad, but at least entertaining, or entertaining to me. So that's a consideration, right? There's a consideration of how do we make these things communicate? So what I was thinking of trying to do is to reconsider trying to do all the Matter stuff, and instead just make it speak MIDI for now, or whatever. And then the idea would be like, oh, then it could talk to like this other box, or what I think would theoretically be the ideal, if I could find the device, is some versions, it's a small subset, but some versions of these ESP dev boards, or like some versions of the ESP chips, I guess, support that USB emulation mode, whatever you call that, like that HID mode where they can show up as many devices, or they can show up as whatever. And so if that's true, then all the dumb Matter stuff could be going on this same device and not need to happen somewhere else. So I only have one of those devices that does that, I think, because only some boards do it. So this is just an ESP32, straight up ESP32. So this board is not going to do it. I'm kind of angry at those boards for a lot of reasons, but we'll just ignore that for the moment. This is a Feather S3, and it's from Make Something Unexpected. And I don't quite know how to feel about it, or what I think about it, or anything like that. But what I think it can do, which could be cool, is does it not have a VN? Oh, there's a 5-volt pin right there. Okay. So we'd have to rework our pins, but that's not the end of the world. But what I think we could potentially do with this little fellow is both. Do the USB emulation. So I'm already mad at this because it has an asymmetrical pin layout, because it has this dumb charger. So I've held it in my hand for 15 seconds and I already kind of am mad at it. But let's just solder it up. Let's just see if this stuff works. Unfortunately, like all the USB HID stuff seems a little shaky to begin with, and then it seems especially shaky with regards to using it with Arduino. There seems to be a Adafruit library that does much of the thing, so that could be cool. I don't know. It's kind of weird though. This particular board is very unique because all the dev boards from SPIF, whatever it's called, Espressif, I think is the actual word. My brain always reads it as SPIF. Sorry. I feel like I have a thing right in front of me and it just vanishes before my very eyes. Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying like, oh yeah, their boards actually have different ports, 2 USB micro ports that manage the, one of them is explicitly the UART, like the serial communication port. One of them is explicitly the USB port. So I don't quite know. But and the documentation, of course, never quite clear, and there's so many variations of all these boards, and everything is so confusing. These boards, unfortunately, are not cheap. Like, I got a 3-pack of those other boards for, it was like $17 for a 3-pack of ESP32s. These boards are more like $20. I think if I just got ESP32 S3 dev modules, those would be more like $15, but still, it's like 1 instead of 3, which is a little annoying. I mean, and there is some other option in the world, which is just like use the Teensy to do all the stuff that I want to actually do because Teensy's work and they're amazing, and then just have it talk to some little ESP32 board. For the networking part of it, if this board did the thing mostly, I'd be pretty open to it. There's another version of this board. Let's see. So this is the Feather S3. It's $22. There are these cuties. Certainly have less pins, but maybe that's fine. And then you have this Pro for professionals. Let's check the matrix. These do have that extra storage. That is something that changes the pricing. 17, 21, 27. This is something I'm really confused by. This does say native USB, which to me makes it sound like it should support all the like I don't know. I do kind of want this cutie. How much is this little cutie pie? How much for the little cutie pie? Buy one. Oh, this thing. Cool. That's a tiny Pico, but that's not what we want. With a tiny S3, so it's $20. So smaller, not necessarily much cheaper. A tiny S2, 17. Yeah, I mean, these aren't exactly bargains. They're not crazy, but they're definitely not exactly bargains. Okay, well, let's get this soldered up at least. And then I'll probably touch my face or something like I like to do when I'm using lead solder, and then just drop dead. Okay, so I'm using the breadboard to hold this while soldering because that makes life a bit easier in terms of holding. It's not necessarily always the best idea in terms of like heat transfer, because then your breadboard just acts as a heatsink. So let's try this. It's gonna be a bad idea. I don't know. I just turned myself off. Okay. Configure video. It's a little difficult to tell with this preview. Like, am I focused? I don't know. We're gonna call that focused. Okay, so we got this little cutie pants. Presumably this actually is USB-C, unlike the faker liar that I'm using for the other dude. So my approach is to like hit the sides first, or the ends of the strip first. A couple millimeters of solder in there. and then check that out and see like reflow it slightly if needed. And so that's enough probably to hold that in place. And then do the other side. And I would do this especially if I wasn't holding it in a breadboard, because then it would be held together basically. Okay, so probably can't see this, but so I just did like the outer 4, and then we will just ease on down the road with a couple millimeters of solder each time. And then I'm too fussy about this, and we'll probably go back over them and like try to reflow them all a little. They like end up a little globby. The thing I always tell you is like, you don't want to. The idea isn't necessarily use the iron to melt the solder. The idea is to like heat the part and then touch the solder to the part. And that's definitely the right thing. I mean, I don't think I can argue with that, because that seems to be like what every solder tutorial on earth says. I feel like I tend to cheat a little bit and sort of stick the solder in the middle. So like if I touch the pin with the solder tip, I kind of slide the solder in the little nook between the two, if that makes sense. So, okay, so a couple of these look terrible. A couple of these joints look very bad. We will go through and just like hold the iron next to them and let them sort of melt down into the nooks and crannies. Okay. That looks not unreasonable. Doesn't look offensively bad. Doesn't look embarrassing. So they're all nice and shiny. Everything's good. This one is a little foggy, which is not usually a good thing. Okay, there's way too much fussing with these, but that's how yeah, actually, how's it going? You're just in time to see me see my mediocre soldering skills, where I solder really fast and then I spend twice as long going back and like reflowing everything because I do such a bad job. Or maybe not a bad job. We'll just say like a. For me, the first pass, we never quite get there. Things. It's Axio, how's it going? Is that a catchphrase for me? It basically is. That's my most famous cat phrase. What a cat phrase. Maybe a catchphrase. Okay, so we're gonna just go back, lay the tip kind of sideways, and I can just see it flow or like sink down into the board a little. Pull a little excess off on the tip and so on and so forth. So I probably still end up with way more solder than I really need, more than like a machine would use. Are you a blender help? Wait, are you a blender expert? Axio. I didn't know that. Did I know this about you? Are you an expert in Blender? I can say that I have recently been actually able to use Blender only because they added that setting that is instead of using the insane Blender keyboard shortcuts that seem like they were designed by a person who had never touched a computer, to use it in what they call industry standard mode. Now I can actually get things done in Blender, which was not true for about, I don't know, 10 years. Interesting. How do you feel about Blender? Do you feel good about it? Like, do you feel like it's software you like, or do you feel like it's just software that you begrudgingly use because it gets the job done. Hopefully that distinction is clear. Like, there's plenty of things I use because they're just the tool that does the thing I need to do, and then there's some tools that I use because both for that reason and because they're just a pleasure. Like these tools. Look at this. Pliers wrenches. Incredible. Look at these. Yes, they do the job. They do lots of jobs incredibly well, but like, it's more than that. I love them. I love them. They're just like the design of it. It's so smart. It's so good. It's so much better than any other adjustable wrench on earth. Love it. You love the spicy keys. Wait, what does that mean? These pliers, they're good. I like them. I don't love them the way I love the pliers wrench. This screwdriver, I almost love it. If it didn't have like this little bit of play, I think I might love it. I think I might love it. I really like it. I really like it a lot. It's cool. I like it a lot. I don't think I love it. Like, I'll reach for other screwdrivers. I don't have like a romantic affinity for it. I do like this screwdriver more than I thought I would. It's not the prettiest. Feels good though. Very little play. And this is just cute. Again, do I love it? No. Do I like it? I do. Because it does this, and it also does this. It's pretty good. There's a Phillips 3 in this one, and there's not a Phillips 3 in the bigger Vera. That's a little weird. The only thing I don't like about this is the effort that it takes to click down. Draclin, how's it going? Ooh, that's not good. When something doesn't go into undo, I don't like that. Draclin, what do I think of the Linus Tech Tips screwdriver? I think that I deferred to, I was very skeptical about it. So I waited for the Project Farms review because that's the guy who tests all tools. Unfortunately, it was a little weird because I think he knew that people were going to be really up in arms and very internet-y about it. So he didn't come out and say, as I feel like it, normally he'll come out and say at the end, like, this is the one that I like. And he was a little more like, he didn't quite come out and say it. But my impression was that the Mega Pro that it is based on, that costs half the price, is 99% as good. Like, they did do work on it. It, like, stood up well in a lot of instances, but, like, it costs like twice as much as this Vera. The Linus Tech Tip ones cost close to twice, maybe not quite. This is maybe like a $40 driver, and it's like, what, 70? So this is a Vera platform. This is not the one with the wrap adapter on the on the end. That little dude does have the wrap adapter. Yeah, Axio. So here's my take on Blender. I have been using 3D packages badly for something like 25 years. So, and this goes back to like no clue what I was doing. When I was a teenager, trying to use like Lightwave and stolen versions of, what was the one that was like for SGI? Gosh, what was that? Softimage. Pirated 3D Studio Max, whatever, all those things. No clue what I was doing ever. In fact, the most work I ever did, or as far as like actually creating things, I was using Blue Moon rendering tools and just writing C code to generate the scenes and then rendering them and not knowing what I was even doing until I saw 5 hours later or whatever that the render was done. So there was that era. Then there was the era when I went to school and studied, and there was a big division because in like the motion graphics land, Cinema 4D was and is very popular and is very good for that kind of thing, like MoGraphy things. I think C4D is very good. I think C4D is very like gettable in a lot of ways. Like it makes a lot more sense than something like Maya. You can just sit down and use it, but it's pretty expensive, and it's once you get to a certain level of complexity, it's easy to run into things in C4D that are like, ugh, it gets hard to do just because the like veneer of easiness becomes difficult to deal with. And it has just never been good for like a real-time pipeline, unfortunately. Like all the MoGraph stuff is cool if you want to just render and then kick out those renders. But if you're trying to go into a real-time engine or something, like go into Unity or whatever, it's always difficult. Like the C4D pipeline always is difficult. So I started using that in school, like whatever, 15 plus years ago. Then I also started learning Maya at that time, which has infinite power, but is like inscrutable. It's like so dumb. It's no human should really use it. But you can do anything. And so then I spent like 10 years not being good at C4D or Maya because I would just go back and forth between them and be terrible. And at different times I would decide like, okay, I'm gonna get really good at Maya. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use it. And it just sucks. I had a subscription to Maya LT for years. I still use Maya professionally. Mash in Maya has let me do a lot of stuff I used to do with C4D. I rarely use C4D just because it is so stupidly expensive. And they don't have like easy monthly licenses in the same way that Autodesk was. But recently, for just like utility kinds of things, I've been using Blender, and it's like getting somewhere reasonable. 3D Movie Maker. Wait, the is that a Microsoft thing or a Valve thing? Am I thinking of the Source Engine Movie Maker, or what am I thinking of? Okay, so let's just start over here. So that's the Eno file. Didn't we ditch all this? We ditched this. I can't make a new sketch. Awesome. Software is really good. I can't make a new sketch. What? Maybe I should have agreed to that update. I can't make a new sketch? Anyway. Okay, so this is a Feather S3. Yeah, I've never used it. I haven't used Microsoft, whatever its face is, 3D Paint either. Okay, so this is what? How do I know? Which feather I have? Feather S3. I really don't know which. PS RAM. This one doesn't say either way. So I'm going to say that I have the one without it. Houdini's cool. I don't have much experience with it. There's a few things I've needed to use Houdini for. I've definitely seen cool Houdini stuff for sure. I don't know. I like so much of what I do, I just try to write or do procedurally in Unity or whatever. Because at the end of the day, I do still prefer real time. Although you can get stuff out of Houdini now, like Alembic or whatever, that you can then take into real-time packages. So this seems stupid, and I wonder if this is stupid because it's in the dumb mode where like this thing has that stupid bootloader that I hate, where it like tries to be in MicroPython mode or whatever. So how do I... I'm only using this because it happens to be the one that I have here. I don't know how I feel about it. I think I'd prefer... These helper libraries. Okay, sorry. So how do we do this? Like, I feel like there's some dumb thing I'm not remembering that you have to do with these boards that come in the stupid bootloader mode. Like, I want that to go away. Go away. I don't want you. Download mode, the first flash history report you might see. Okay, so press and hold boot and then click reset. Did it work? Ooh, that's handy. I mean, that's a definitely thing I've been getting more into, especially with, well, that's actually huge for like the Unity VFX graph. Because I think the recent versions of Unity VFX graph, you can just like take whatever vertex attributes you want and do whatever you want, which is cool. I'm like, my old school ridiculous way of doing that was always just bake all of that into vertices, like use every UV channel, I think I could talk about it now. That new Iron Man game that's out, Iron Man VR Quest, they sent me a nice thank you card, so I think I can talk about this. So I did work on this, and I wonder if we'll see any of my work. Let's see. Will we see my work? I actually feel like the thing I built for them was one of the cooler things I've built recently. I have no idea if it's in the trailer. Is it in the trailer? Not actual gameplay. Can we see some actual gameplay? Okay, wait, oh, I saw something I made. Oh, wait, go back to Shanghai. Wow, is that really? I have like one frame in the trailer of work that I did. Well, okay, you know. And that's not even the best ones. That's sad. Anyway, I built like a really fancy billboard system for Shanghai. And the way that I did it was baking it's just a bunch of quads, but every one of those quads, I used every vertex attribute that I could, that Unity would let me. So I had things like baked into the normals, things baked into every UV channel, things baked into the tangents, things just like, I used every one of them to pack data in. I wonder if I could show, probably not. I wonder if I could just show that tool. Maybe I can ask them, because I'm pretty proud of it. I think it was a cool thing. Wait, web GPU is coming soon. GLTF will no longer be the perfect format. Wait, what will the new perfect format be? What? What's the new perfect format? I thought everybody loved GLTF. Is there something newer? I mean, not everybody loves it. Pixar and Apple love USD. I thought everybody still... Oopsie. Don't we all still love GLTF? You're worrying me, Axio, because I'm like, so projects that I'm thinking about currently are part of the decision is the art USD. I mean, I don't know. There's things I like about it, like a single. I don't know. I'm honestly a little torn on it. I did a project a few years ago that was like GLTF testing for Unity before they had any support for anything. It was pretty weird. For WebGL specifically. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always going to come in as, it's just like a way to bring in assets and then you're going to do stuff to those assets. Or ideally, a way that you can like let people, if I'm building tools where externally created assets need to be a consideration in that, GLTF still seems quite good. And I don't have a major preference for it versus USD, other than GLTF is much more open. What do we got here? So you're telling me are we just ditching? Is WebGL over? Are we done with WebGL? Because that's fine with me, because I've always hated OpenGL. And always the first thing I do is try to figure out what library I can use on top of it. I've liked WebGL just in that I've liked Three.js. I wonder if there's going to be a like a web GPU renderer. Encode, how's it going? Ben, you don't like Vulkan? I mean, do you like it more than Metal? I'm very curious about this. And then is Mr. Dube switching over? I mean, it all sucks. I don't know how much, like, so much of OpenGL is just all boilerplate. I mean, I don't know, man. This is interesting, though. I'm curious about this. My browser doesn't support WebGPU. Of course it doesn't. I know nothing about WebGPU. I haven't done anything with it at all yet. I like Three.js. I've always liked Three.js. It's pretty good. Yeah, I am curious though, like what will Three.js sort of evolve into? Pretty curious about that. What are these web GPU examples? Do I need some Chromium, or do I need to like enable some flags or something? Okay. I forgot what we were even talking about. Yeah, we're trying to get this board to work. Ben, I'm done with software. We're going all hardware on this channel. Look how good I am at circuit design. I connected this pin to this pin. Look how good my schematic is. I connected this pin to this pin, and I have a resistor in the middle. And look at this. I have a MOSFET here. There's a 50% chance I connected the proper pins. Because I'm like 99% sure I got the gate. Like I'm 99% sure that's the gate. Source and drain. I think it's the source. You want the source to flow to connect to the drain like this, right? I think the source goes through the drain. I think that's what our arrow is telling us here. The flux capacitor it's actually right here. Ben, you didn't take any EE classes in college? Because I sure didn't. I mean, in grad school, I took I took some actually I took some like weirdly informal classes in college with like some incredibly smart people. So I did learn some things in them, but not because it was in grad school, not because it was very structured. Oh, right. I forgot. You know, some say that Chaucer, I can't even say Chaucer. Chaucer. Some say that, you know, the way he constructs his character arcs is a lot like routing a PCB. And nobody says that. Look, here we go, right here. This is it. There's a metaphor in Ulysses here. You know, there's that one Ulysses chapter that is structured exactly like a fugue. Did you know that? It's cool. Like, it's like a song that's in rounds, you know, like row, row, row your boat, like a fugue where there's like a theme that comes in and then new instrument comes to that thing and new instrument comes to that theme. There's like, purportedly, I don't know if Joyce ever said this, but there's writing about it where there's like there's a chapter in Ulysses that is written like a fugue where one character will come in, does a certain thing, does a certain thing, does a certain thing, sits down, they start having a conversation, then the next character comes in, they go through the first flow while the second character's in stage 2 and it goes through. It's really cool. It's very interesting. I couldn't tell you if it's actually true, but it's cool. And so I designed this PCB based on that. I don't know. It's funny because this is like the most embarrassingly simple possible thing you could do. I mean, it's got 3 resistors and 2 transistors and that's it. But it was good for me to like pick the software because I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to do PCBs in Fusion. I think this is it. We won't get the $7 whatever. We won't get the $8 coupon from Easy EDA. This is going to basically, just by not using Easy EDA, it's costing me $8 a month. It's costing me $100 a year to not use their software. I've never had that before. I have lots of software that I have to pay for, but I've never it's never cost me money to not use something, but here we are. Okay. So, are we just in a stupid mode, or did I like short a pen, or what do we think actually happened here? Let me be quite clear. I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm not an engineer of any kind. I'm of the opinion, with few exceptions, that you should not have engineer in your title unless your job is to like create things that prevent people from getting killed. That's maybe that's old-fashioned of me, but that's kind of my view, is that that's a title we reserve for people that keep us alive. Although, for some reason, audio engineer I don't find offensive. I don't know why that is. Audio engineer I'm sort of okay with. What is wrong with this board? I don't see any shorts. Is it doing the stupid thing where it's showing up as like a flash drive? I don't see it. But you know, that's the thing, the way these bootloaders are. For the Adafruit view of the world is like, you plug it in and it's so easy, then you just drag and drop files on it. Like, not my jam. So I think we hold down boot, then we click reset. My C drive's almost full. How'd that happen? Okay, Axio and Ben, now that you're here, Draclin, are you still here? I need votes on what PC case to buy. Grimbone is like trying to pressure me into buying a $4,000 Threadripper. Not that that's related to the case, but you know what I mean. So right now I've decided to buy this computer and I'm just not going to get a GPU. We're just not doing GPUs. They're too expensive. They use too much power. In fact, I really should get the 13700KF that doesn't even have the inbuilt Intel GPU. So it would be the smart thing to do. This is the case I'm currently leaning towards. What is the... Seems inoffensive, but seems to have very good airflow. It doesn't have a window, but I'm leaning towards it. Am I going to overclock? If I feel the need to. I guess my gut reaction is like, I do not plan to overclock unless I'm like, there's something I'm doing where it's like, I'm not able to do the thing I want to do at the speed I want to do it. I'm not going to be a person that's like, I could go from 120 frames per second to 126 frames per second by overclocking. Oh, versus the K. Is that what you're saying? I actually don't know. It seems like availability was pretty limited, but that's a good question. Draclin, see, this is why I need your input. So you're asking if the non-K variation, is there a non-K variation? You would assume so. $13,700. Does it just not exist? I don't see that. I mean, you can get the KF version without the GPU, but I don't want that. I definitely want the GPU just for like encoding. That's weird. I don't know what to tell you. Don't see it. I mean, the fractal, the cases at SETI are fractal design, whatever they're called, defined sevens, and they're like stunning cases, but they're $200 or $300. They're amazing cases, but I don't. I don't know. It's pretty debatable. These new processors seem pretty good. I was just watching some shootouts. Like the recommendation actually seems to be just like best bang for your buck is just the i5. But I don't know. I'm not opposed to AMD necessarily. I do have like a couple decades of Intel bias, I guess, that I should probably get over. Why can't I see this? Why can't I see this? You think so? Grim, why don't you tell me that I should switch to AMD? I care a bit less about it, things on the processor side, like, should I switch? Let's go over here. What are you telling me to get, Grimcone? It's a 7000 series? Let's call you Grimcone. Like an ice cream cone that is grim. Sort by value. I don't know. People really like these. These i5 1300 KFs. The people really... Oh, that's the no GPU version, but just the 1300s. Okay. One of those, and you're telling me what? Like a 60... Like a 7... Are you questioning? I mean, NVIDIA is a different conversation because there's just stuff like CUDA stuff that like maybe I will want. I don't know. It's hard to say over the next 5 years like how incredibly into ML stuff I'm gonna get, but I have been MLing lately. I mean, that is much cheaper. Okay, but what if I get the 7950X? Look at that. So that is that like roughly the... Wait, why is this still... What? Why is this still faster? Okay, but this is 16 real cores, right? 16 real cores. Let's switch to this guy. I mean, this seems maybe a bit more comfortable to the pricing of the... I mean, there's a lot... You're definitely right, there's a lot more benchmarks. The value sentiment. I mean, you're right. The sentiment, that just seems like straight up bias. Well, but I was also watching what's its face, like Gamer Nexus dude. Seemed like a big fan of that i5. So comparable pricing here. "12 cores, 24 threads, 16 pool cores, 24 threads." But some of those cores are loser cores, right? Cores, right? Is that true? Oh no, am I gonna get sucked into YouTube drama? This chip is too old. When did this chip come out? Okay, it's not that old. It's too expensive. What a hot deal. 18 cores. Okay, but the issue here is like there's 8 grown-up cores and 8 baby cores, right? Is that what that's what we're dealing with here? And these are presumably 12 grown-up adult cores for grown-ups. What about that? Is there a pro art? Okay, I mean, there's something to be said about that. Like if these are real life cores and not these goofball cores where there's like some I mean, it is funny how like the samples are, how skewed the samples are. Yeah. I don't know. But I already have things in my cart. You're telling me I have to like... Okay, well, noted. I will consider this. Okay, what's wrong with this? This really is a ESP. I feel like this is broken. Let me just close this and reopen Arduino. Maybe I should apply all the updates it's telling me to apply. There's a blinky light on here. Or whatever that's worth. I don't know why the light's blinky. But it took me so many days to make the card. Okay, what about GPU though? You're telling me just get a 4090 or nothing? Is that your professional opinion? Pixel has crazy deals frequently on trading in phones. I was able to trade in like a broken used, it wasn't broken, but it was like past support window, used Pixel 3a for this Pixel 6a that I've barely even touched except to test a few things, and got it for like $150 or something. Quite a bargain. Quite a bargain. They've had crazy trade-ins. There was even a deal of trading in my iPhone 11 for a Pixel 7, which I considered. But I don't think I would have gotten full price. Okay, so just checking out their AMD monster build. What are they using here? So that is a 7950. So this is not a cheap processor though. $3090 Ti. Should I get a 3090 Ti for $1,600? Wait, Best Buy, you had a 3090 Ti for $1,000? You didn't tell me. You like this build? Wait, I lost it. What about this cooler? Or what? Should I get a liquid cooler? I guess if I get a really fancy CPU, I should. Well, that's true. I mean, I don't know. I need a battery replacement too, for sure. Apple does battery replacements, I think, for $70. Okay, well, what about Puget? They have Threadripper builds, so they have just straight up AMD builds. I think they do. Yeah, they have Ryzen builds. So, oh, that beautiful fractal case. What motherboard do they use? So they just use the same. Look how expensive these computers are. Good gravy. And that's just a 3070 Ti. I get it. Well, actually, you gotta hand the phone down. Give it to your niece, your nephew, or my niece, or my nephew. Are you serious? Are you seriously telling me? That I should get this Ryzen 9. I'm actually pretty curious about just the 7900X. I just don't know enough. I don't know if that. Okay, download. Why is this board not showing up? Can anyone tell me that? Come to the red side. Am I gonna get a red GPU in 2 weeks? Does anybody ever get emails that are good news? Like an email that you want? I feel like all emails I get are a bummer. Okay. So, close and install. Sure. So we'd have to change this board, but whatever. I think we can figure it out now. I think we can do it. I don't even know. I hate all these giant software companies that install gigabytes and gigabytes of garbage on your computer. I hate it so much. There's like hundreds of gigabytes of garbage on this computer of like cache files and temp files and whatever that I'm perpetually trying to clean up. Drives me crazy. That's why I want an immutable C drive. Look at you go. So actually I was already on Team Red. Can you look at the device manager? I haven't heard anything from Twitch about that event from Friday, and I'm kind of freaking out a little bit. Ben, Windows working, I don't know what to tell you. So here's a bummer though, actually, for those 13th gen processors, Windows 10 doesn't know how to deal with those cores, like the performance core versus efficiency core. Windows 10 doesn't have that, so you have to use Windows 11. So if you're still trying to hang on to Windows 11 and you get a 13th gen CPU, you're like not using the CPU, whatever as intended. So, what? A USB serial device on COM3. I see it. That's presumably this device. Let's just stick with this 1080. Windows sure sucks. It's sure bad, and it gets worse all the time. What are we gonna do? We just wait for Valve to release like a full-blown desktop SteamOS? Just use Proton for everything? I did get my new Mac, my free new Mac. It's pretty nice. Just it's reasonably nice computer. It seems like unfathomably nice compared to my old computer that I hate so much. All right, we're just installing the Arduino IDE over here. I wish this board was not. I wish this board was not. I wish this board was not what? I wish this board was not $22. I wish it was 12. What about those DF robot boards, though? But I don't want... This is what... Yeah, so this is weird. This is what I was talking about. Like, the straight-up dev boards from Espressif have dual ports, which is a pretty rare thing in my mind. Like, the Arduino Due had that. Due? Excuse me. I thought we were kind of beyond that, but I guess we're not. I guess I could just do this. Why don't I just do this? Just add my own S3 module. Just stick it on a Teensy or something. Okay, we want... They have their own little dude called the Fire Beetle, but I don't think they have the revision we need. Because the Fire Beetle 2 is an ESP32E, and I don't think the ESP32E supports all the USB-ness we want. I think the S2 does, so it's a little weird that it only has one port. But I am also continually baffled by all of this. All these variants. Drives me a little nuts. This is cute. Look how cute it is. It's very cute. It's very cute. What I think I would like, though, is a Fire Beetle 2. I mean, they're... Well, it just made a noise at me. I didn't recognize that noise. It was that pixel yelling at me. I don't think that these Fire Beetles... Yeah. I don't think these Fire Beetles support the... whatever I want to say, that USB HID mode. Which I'm confused by their terminology. In some cases they call it native USB, but either way, I'm pretty sure the ESP32E does not have that thing. Okay. Are we gonna work now? So we see this. The ESP, yeah, great. Do we see the added for ESP32 feather? That's a little weird though, because it really isn't theirs. It's the, whatever it's called, UM. But what is that company called? Unexpected Maker? Oh, it's UM Feather S3, so presumably it's this device. So, can I do this? I think I can. Like, this is definitely not my latest version. Well, but I have the latest version. The latest version is all... Oh, okay. Shoot, I shouldn't have closed that. Okay, Grimbone, really though, for real, really? Am I ready for this? I mean, Intel sucks. Intel does suck, don't get me wrong. What do I actually want from that hardware? Like, 16 real cores sounds pretty good. Do you have a picture of your chess clock? I want to see your chess clock. 16 real adult faster cores for grown-ups. Okay, we bought this thing. We got this thing. Can I upload to this? Even though this is not really the right board? I mean, it's not this, it's the right board. It's not the latest version of my software because I rewrote all of this for Platform IO, which is good. I like Platform IO. So I guess one big question is, yeah, this is not the full new version, but that's okay. We can at least test it. $0.50. Okay, let's just, uh-oh. So I think the problem is, that the version of the Arduino library I have in here is not the Matter library, I should say. I think it's not compiled for the S3, so we'd have to compile that separately. So let's just, whatever. Let's try to install a sketch. How's that sound? So if I have it, what do I want? I want an i7 13700K versus, what was it? 7950X. And I'm just going to go with whatever the internet tells me. The first link, sorry, the first link is this one. The first link says I should buy the, sorry. I'm sorry. I love that website. What about CPU Monkey? Interesting. CPU architecture. Normal. Normal. It's just normal. These baby cores. Baby cores for babies. What does this mean? Shader 256, shader 128. 128 what? What? I mean, wait, hey, everybody loves threads. It's true. Oh. No AV1. That's sad. Well, but that's what I mean. That's explicitly what I want inbuilt graphics for. Is for like encode and well, it's really specifically encode. I mean, and this chip doesn't even have the AV1 encode anyway. But it's interesting that that is the one. Isn't AV1 the new jam that everybody likes? Or do I have it wrong? I thought AV1 was the future. Oh, I like that display X, yeah. Cute. Nice work. And display's kind of insane. I'm into it. I don't know. I mean, this is real. Oh, look how slow this memory is. I'll have to get slower memory. Look at that cache size. More PCIe lanes. think I realized that these chips were 10 nanometer, the new Intel ones. A chiplet. Cute. And some AVX512. Some wide programming. Sorry, these are the only 3 operating systems you can use. You're breaking my heart when you talk about light switches. Sound. Look at the Cinebench core. Single core. Wait, is smaller better? I don't know how to read Cinebench scores. Does that mean this was faster? Look at that. I'm guessing longer is better. Higher better. I mean, this is outrageous. It's true. Wow. I mean, with those full grown-up cores and all those threads, like, dang, look at that. That's interesting. Even killed on the single core on Geekbench. Oh, I'm sorry. Internal GPU is way better. I mean, this isn't actually a very fair comparison though, right? I should really be comparing this to the i9. Oh, that's funny. You can render with V-Ray. Okay, you're distracting me. I care about the internal. I'm using the internal. I'm using it right now to encode this stream. I don't care that much. I care a little bit. Okay, so here's the thing I don't really know that we gotta figure out is there is this like Arduino USB, tiny, is it tiny USB, ESP 32, is this it? I don't know if I like this idea. What I hate though is how annoying everything has been with what's its face. So how do I install this library? Wow, came out yesterday. Gotta love that. MIDI library. Love it. Is this really gonna work? Kind of a little hard to believe that it's just gonna work. Let's see. Okay, but am I getting that 70 whatever, 7950 or just the 79? I don't really want a $500 GPU. Can I change this? Or sorry, CPU. Can I change this to 7900X? This is more apples to apples, right? Wait, what? Did I just... I don't know what I just did. It says, what does that down button mean? It's gonna have fewer cores though, right? Oh no, even this one does. Wait. Also still has 32 cores. I'm sorry. 16 full power cores with 32 threads. Well, it's interesting. Okay, so shouldn't there be an example that is specifically for tiny USB? I hate this interface. It's disappointing they did not do a better job. USB32 S3 USB OTG. USB, so there's these USB examples, but there's no MIDI in there. But if we have it, if we have the tiny USB library, MIDI test, can we do this? So I guess what I'm proposing is that we just make that thing speak MIDI. Load that rainbow cable. It's in my shopping cart. I'm gonna wire this thing back here with rainbow cable. Oh, the fancy board back there. Okay. Is this gonna work? What does this example do? Following a library is required. I don't want that. MIDI library. Oh, it's already installed, I think. These compilations are so slow. Oh yeah, LED built in is not declared here. We can just do like... Oh, actually, no, I think it's pen 2. All right? I don't know, but we're going to compile it and run and see what happens. Yeah, but, well, I mean, if I just wanted to do MIDI, I would just use the Teensy, and it would be so easy, and Teensies are the best, and I love them so much. And they're so cheap. But, in theory, we still want to try... So the idea here is, like, maybe we want to still try to do all the stupid matter stuff. I haven't quite given up on it. If I do give up on it, quote unquote, what? Then there could just be a teensy inside there. Love how all of these have totally different chip footprints. Wait, that's a Pi Pico. We could use a Pi Pico, even, if we wanted to. Use whatever we want. I have a million microcontrollers that could do MIDI. Okay, so... What? Okay, don't do the thing I just did, which is just make up numbers. Didn't you just complain that you didn't know about? It's UN Feather S3. That? Okay, maybe I screwed up and that was supposed to be on that. But I don't know, whatever. I think it's pen 2, so we can just go put a 2 there if we need to. Can you stop a compile? What's your problem? Try again. Do better. Why do I have 2 compiling sketches? I feel like I'm breaking... We're breaking things. Is Arduino, or yeah, is Arduino 2.0, is it like some Electron app and now everything is broken? It's kind of got that feel. It's kind of got that looks a bit nicer but doesn't actually work anymore kind of vibe. That's fine. We're going to switch that. We're going TypeScript on everything. Ben is going to learn Ben's New Year's resolution, TypeScript and only TypeScript for every project. What's your problem? Where are those declared? They're down here. Are you just mad that they're down here? What? I don't know what your problem is. I'm gonna just put these up here, and if that makes you happy, then I'm glad. That would be very silly if that was the issue, but we'll see. I like this stuff compiles slowly. I don't know who to blame for that. Awesome. Is it just the ESP stuff? Is it just slow? So we couldn't link that. Why do you think I couldn't link that? That's the main problem. Wait, do I really have to get the 9750? Can I get the, sorry, the 7950? Can I please just get the 7900? Look at this limited time deal. That is a limited time deal. What is your problem? Why doesn't anything ever work? Well, cool. So the link status. Can we just clean you? So we said we have a Feather S3, which appears to be true. We appear to be on COM3. Who knows if any of that's true? I mean, I wouldn't really expect this to... Interesting. We didn't even upload, so like... Who's to blame here? Can I clean? Can we do like a clean? I mean, we can't... It's funny that it recompiles every time. So we just can't link this. Why aren't we linking? Well, it's just nothing works. Nothing ever works. Teensies work. Teensies tend to work. 7800. It seems pretty good. Wait, why does it... This says 24 thread. I thought we saw that it said... I thought that thing said it was 32 even with the... What is this? No, that is still the 7950. I thought we changed that. Okay, I just did it wrong, I guess. It's only 24 threads. Rimbone. Garbage. Okay. What failed? I guess we should look at... What is that place called? Something? Unexpected maker. I think it told us something that I kind of just glossed over. Getting started. I feel like we got... Oh! Okay. We do want this. I mean, I don't think that's the problem, but let's just do the thing. Enable CD on boot. USB mode is tiny, but that's a little weird though, because like, is tiny? Does that mean we already have tiny, and I wasn't supposed to include that library or something? You know. I don't know if that statement makes sense, but that could maybe explain a linking error. Anyway, the where is that thing? So when we here, it does say Following core has 10 USB-C. Its primary. You only need to include in your sketch. So that should be the ESP33. It relies on this for building. What? What are you talking about? I know, big boy cores. I thought there was just like a clean. Just like a clean. It was really not a very useful error. I don't know who to blame. USB mode. What very obvious thing am I missing? Maybe create an instance. I don't know. I guess it would not be a bad idea to like update out-of-date libraries. None of these seem very related. Maybe the Adafruit bus IO? I don't know. See, the cool thing is if you use Electron, then it's so inefficient that you know you're pegging the system a little bit. So just by using Electron, you'll get to see some temperature spiking. So it's a very handy feedback loop. I downloaded the app Everything. I don't think I'm going to use it, but I was so impressed to see like a program written by a person who knows how to program. So the whole application is not only like insanely stupidly fast, but also is like 300 kilobytes. What do we do, everybody? There's some hardware serial thing. So is this? They're doing a core cache. So multiple definition of serial. I mean, you know, if we use Electron with light TypeScript, it's going to be incredibly performant. It's going to change everything. I don't know. I don't mind Electron necessarily. It's just, I do feel like things worked. I mean, I like TypeScript. I think TypeScript is good. And I think that's a lot, like probably 80% of that is me being a person who writes a lot of C#, because the same person who designed C# designed TypeScript. So I wish I could see this error. It would be cool if this error wrapped in some way that was like that a human would ever want to see it. Well, there's no wrapping here, so that was a poor choice. Let's try Notepad. Let's use Notepad enough. Look at that cool dark mode Notepad. So what's wrong? So we have this. So you're mad because of why? You're mad because there's a core cache, multiple definition of serial, USB-C DC. Arduino 15? 1.5, I guess. Is this just like a stupid thing that it's like seeing my old Arduino libraries? Kind of hard to say. Well, but that really seems like it's there. So I feel like the thing we need to do is like clear a cache or something like well, that's the real problem. If you like how much overhead it takes to do anything. That was the real thing that drove me insane. I mean, well, Jacqueline, I think it's not here. I think it's defined in something that's already like some library that's already built in this cache, this core cache in this already compiled library is conflicting, and I feel like it's something about me changing boards halfway through or something, and so I just don't know. You'd think there'd be a way to just do that. I mean, that was the thing that when I wrote that cam param thing to reset the camera, I rewrote it multiple times just because I was offended by how big the binary was to do something so minor. Switch the board type and then switch it back. Do I really believe that's true? I don't really believe it. Like switch the board type and compile it? Is that what you think? I feel like that's what got me into this mess. I still didn't go quite as low as I would have liked to go with that cam param thing, but I was like getting into 20-year-old whatever direct media APIs or whatever they were, and it felt dangerous to go deeper. Like, where is the build directory? It would be nice to just have a way to clear that. Guess we can. I feel like this isn't gonna work, but it feels like we're in a dumb case where a make clean would solve the problems, but I just can't make clean. I say weirdly it let me compile that, so, but I don't. It's not the right board. So now if I switch back to this board and compile. I should have just set this up with Platform IO. It's just so easy to open Arduino. That's the problem. I was seduced by the easiness, but Okay, to recap what I'm trying to do. One is I'm trying to fend off Grumbone, who's trying to peer pressure me, because Grumbone works for AMD and gets a commission anytime he can get someone to get an AMD processor. So that the main thing is I gotta just like resist that. Oh boy, I don't want to deal with all this. Should be dealing with work and projects and all these things. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. Okay, will that fix the problem here? Like, what is this? Like, is this, where are we compiling? Where are we? Still says compiling. Like Arduino core cache. Is that where we are? Thanks for doing that. What if I just deleted all of it? Are we just stuck here? What's going on? Hello? Offline. What does that mean? Connection got disposed. Cool, because I think it has some, like, who knows? There's. Well, we've broken this. Why doesn't anything work? How? How is this broken? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Why is my C drive always full? Couldn't tell you. Don't know the answer. Don't save. Thanks. We'd probably close Fusion, I guess. Save it all. Save it all. You gonna close? Yeah. Okay, so let's try something different. Will this be better? I don't know. Let's just try this. Crumbone, why are you trying to make my computer so expensive? Is that okay? My compiler errors are related specifically to the CPU using MC. 40 minutes? Feels like a long time. Are you raising the chicken from birth before you kill it? Okay, so how do we do this? I don't really know how to do this. So, I'm in a new project. Is that board gonna be here? Expected maker, Feather S3. Good. Framework Arduino. Sure. Location. Just put it somewhere. Go. Speaking of Electron, I saw they're sunsetting Atom. I used Atom like one time ever, and it was before they'd added. I was just so used to like Sublime Text and other software that would just auto save whatever you're working on, and I just didn't even think about saving something because I was like, or maybe it even crashed. Anyway, I was just so used to software that was like saving text as you went, or even like Vim, whatever, just like that. If something crashed, I could recover. And I lost work, and it was like the first time I had lost work in I don't even know how long, and it made me immediately ditch Atom because I was outraged that it would be that lame. And then eventually VS Code happened. I did like just on my new machine, I haven't installed Sublime Text. I'm thinking like this is going to be the machine that I break myself of Sublime Text and of Dropbox. My new Mac, I mean. Okay, well, so what did we learn here about, hey, what was that? Interesting. What did we learn? About Romeo didn't say we needed to do something. Okay. Why does this take so long? What are you doing? I would rather than just showing a fun spinner with like fun things, I wish you would just show me what you're doing. Oh, Project Wizard. Hook up. I buy these from, is it always the same price? Probably. Pounds. This one is very cute, I have to admit. I also might have to admit, I'm not crazy about the asymmetrical pin layouts. For some reason, that really bothers me. I don't really know why. It shouldn't bother me as much as it does, but it makes me uncomfortable somehow. It seems like if you get the Pro, it is symmetrical. But these other models have asymmetrical pins. Is that true? I didn't realize that processor had so many features, like showing console logging. Interesting. My arm hurts. The guy who does the Graston technique at the injures me. It's for my own good, he says. Maybe he's just a sadist. Okay, why does this take so long? Okay, so just in theory, if I was gonna like, wait, is there a deal? Well, thanks for nothing. Is that a good deal? That's it. 7. That's a 6. Wait, is that a good deal or bad deal? But is this price good? Like currently, what are we looking at? I mean, it kind of is, right? Because I feel like my motherboard and CPU are $1 billion right now. Like, I'm at 800 for my motherboard and CPU. Oh, but this is the 700, not the 7950. Should I yoink it up? Or should I yoink this up? It takes me a long time to make purchasing decisions. It's a problem I have in my life. Okay, so we want, that's not what we want. What do we want? There was some line we needed. It was this. These build flags. Okay, so are you telling me that we can just build this and it'll be good. I don't really mean to. Don't do that. I just want to run. I forgot how to do that. You click on the bug, and then the platform specific uploaded monitor, I guess. Even though we didn't do anything with serial. Uh-oh. Yeah, shut up. I don't care. Okay. Let's try to get a thing running, and then we'll try to ask that, where's that library? Is this the library? Oh yeah, how do you add a library to Platform.io? I don't remember. Okay, looks like that's writing. Okay, so according to Grimbone, now I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. $79.50. Expensive. Not expensive processor. Oh, but with the Pro Art. Oh, come on! That's what I wanted. Grimbone, if this was available, I would have purchased it. If this was available, this combo, I would have done it. But now? So what is this? I got no combos. Got no combos here. What a heartbreaking situation. Amazon is the worst, it's true. I mean, the interface is horrible. Okay, but so how much is this board? Because this processor is expensive. This is several hundreds of dollars more than the current processor I am pricing, and you're peer pressuring me into expensive purchases. Okay, so it seems like this built. So that's cool. It's cool when things build. I don't really remember how to add libraries. Anybody? Do you click the bug? How do you add libraries? Libraries. So we want tiny USB. Is this the right one? So I'm confused here though. Like surely we want the Adafruit one. Let's try it. Okay, so we could, I think we can get the other thing to work like that. Man, Matter makes me mad. I'm mad at Matter. I'm getting madder and madder at Matter. So the other idea, and I'm very tempted to do this, is just like with all the grief we're having, is just build the box with a teensy in it. A teensy LE, whatever those cost now, $10 or whatever. How much is teensy LE these days? Okay, so they just don't have the Pro Art for AMD. Disgusting. I again, don't really care that much about the motherboard, but it's the one I had decided on. Congrats. Thanks. It's weird that you would congratulate me for that, but thank you. Okay, so MIDI. Wasn't there just a MIDI test? Or MIDI test. Can I copy the contents of this file, please? Okay, I'm sure there was a way to fix this in Arduino, but whatever. Whatever. What are you mad about? I thought that just got auto installed. Not true? I mean, what am I going to do? Buy from Newegg? Well, they're more expensive. That's the wrong, that's not right. That's not the right socket. What are you mad about? Okay. Oh no! I really thought we'd, okay, MIDI library by 47effects. I thought that got auto installed, but I guess not. I was certain I got auto installed when we installed it in Arduino. That seemed weird. It doesn't this, do we have like dependencies? Library dependencies. I don't know. Anyway, MIDI library by 47effects. What a terrible search. So this is this library. I thought when we installed it. I'm a little confused just because I don't know, like, it says MIDI library by 47effects, but does that referring to Francis? Perhaps it means Francis? That's my buddy. Arduino MIDI library. MIDI library. Francois. Sorry, not Francis. Francois. Why would that come up so far down? Okay, Francois. So the reason I'm doing this and the reason I'm considering this is because it feels like if I just build everything for this board, we know we can do it either way. So in other words, if we can do this, even if Matter sucks and doesn't work, it's fine because we just will know that we can. Does that not work? Do I add to project just not work? Okay. Build again. If Matter does work, we'll just use Matter. It's fine. Very excited about the blinky light I have on here. I don't really know why it's blinking. It's pretty irritating. It's cool. Did I not just... I just added this to this project. Did I not? I added it to the wrong project. That would explain it. Okay. Maybe to the mode that shows all these. Not you. I can like see all the terminals. This. Maybe when there's only one terminal, it doesn't show. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. What if something worked ever? Wouldn't that be cool? Like if something just worked right? So where is this supposed to be defined? Adequate USB-D MIDI. Where is that supposed to be defined? It's not in here? If CFG TUD MIDI. So what does that mean? If TUSB opt device enabled, is that not this thing that we did here? That's CFG TUD enabled. What have we set? Probably. Opt mode device. Is there something I can do to flip this on? What an annoying thing. That's what it feels like. It feels like there's just, maybe there's a flag we can do. I mean, obviously, my main problem here is I just have the wrong CPU architecture. If I had actually literally the same CPU architecture, but with a different brand name on the CPU, it would obviously work. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it. So obvious. Cool. So irritating. Awesome. Great. Well, cool. Tremendously awesome. So we just have to like go in here and try to figure out what to set. Like that's really obnoxious. And this is defined inside here. Yeah, so it really is this. Just do this myself. Just do this by myself. I don't know. If this doesn't work, I don't know what to do. If this doesn't work, how about I just never use ESP chip ever again? Nothing but heartache. Nothing but heartache and pain. No, bro. Oh yeah, except this is just probably the thing where we just need to bump this up. Are we getting any closer or are we getting further away in a different direction? Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes it's very hard to tell. This is the one though. This is where it's gonna work. So you're telling me we should stop using $10 microcontrollers and only use $700 desktop processors. Okay. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. What you're saying makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be having any of these problems. Okay, well, after all of that work, we still just had a stupid, seemingly a stupid linking error. Is that gonna break other stuff? What a sad story, everyone. Should really go eat some food. Well, my initial impressions are with this S3 board, I hate it. What is your problem? Root device mounted. I think we would see that as an error here. It's funny that we don't see that. I mean, like, where would that be defined? So we've included this USB device, but we apparently don't see the mounted. So like MIDI library source MIDI HTTP device mounted. Why are you so mad? It's including H SPD interface. We include device, right? Well, no, we included this. So maybe we actually should have included some more things. So we didn't include this before including MIDI. So presumably we do need this. I foolishly thought this was a better plan. This is it though. This is where it's gonna work. While you weren't looking, I switched the CPU in this machine to an AMD CPU, so now it's gonna work. I should just get a motherboard that has slots for both, and then I can just switch back and forth whenever I want. What is the matter with you? Add for USB-D device mounted. Undefined reference. Probably clean all and try again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Here's my current impression. Current impression is the following. ESP devices are annoying. Well, every experience I've had with them so far, annoying. Secondary impression. Love a teensy. Love a teensy. It's the best of the best. Just doesn't communicate always the way that I would like it to. But you can imagine, okay, well, you know what? Sucks. I just realized something. Well, Okay, just imagining some scenarios. So imagine I make this thing and it's just a MIDI device. It's got a teensy in there doing cool teensy stuff. Everybody's having a good time. Which sounds great. That teensy can't talk to the internet, but okay, you know, we don't care about that. We don't hold it against it. I guess we could make that box power over Ethernet and connect the teensy to the internet. That way, would be kind of cool, but we wouldn't have any of the Matter stuff probably. Okay, this isn't looking good. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, basically the idea is like build this thing for now with a teensy in mind, or even one of these little Raspberry Pi dorks or whatever. Just something I have some of. I mean, you know, now that I say that, I wonder if anybody's done that. This is so lame. Lameness is just... off the charts. It's funny because that does include that already. So why is that not in there? Tiny USB device. So is this the idea? We probably actually do need that. Okay, but so this thing has a little brain in it. The idea, theory, talking through some ideas here. What? Oopsie. Well, I don't care. Get out of here. Is this gonna work? So, yeah, we just put a teensy in there, and then it plugs into whatever we want, and it can do anything and be amazing, and it can speak like raw, whatever, generic kid. It can speak MIDI. It can speak French. It can speak joystick, whatever we want. And then that is what that thing is. It's basically just a MIDI device. Kind of like that idea. We could probably do it with these Pico W's. Problem is, I wonder if you can actually. I don't know. Can these like is this possible? Let me try to look at this. Okay, still broken. What do we not have? Like undefined reference to tiny USB device. So where's that get defined, or is it supposed to get defined? In here. So is the whole problem? It's this. This is the whole. So like Can I just force this? Am I going about this all wrong? Probably going about it all wrong. Because that'd be kind of cool because Pico W's were real cheap. Do you still get a Team TLC? There's not a stock. Unfortunately, I could try to buy them in the world. I'm sure they cost way too much. It's a bummer. Oof. Ouch. These prices. I mean, not really with just this. Just this. Cute old TNC 2.0. Oh, 4-pack of these. That's not W's. So I think it wouldn't be too hard to emulate with these. I don't know, though. Okay, apparently. Ooh. Where is this? We're in here. It's so confusing here. It's like and there's an S3 here. So how does it know? So this is this. So if this is not, can I just do this? Config tug enabled. That. You know, TUD. I feel like we're not really making much progress here. Just the fact that this didn't change is not a good sign. You're defined here. It's your defined here. How's not? Try this one more time. So we go in here. We go in here. The thing that says whether or not. Oh, well, we deleted everything, so we'll go in there in a minute. Okay. Now? You happy now? Is this the secret? No. What is your problem? Well, I think that's fine because those dependencies will get reinstalled. Maybe. Okay, what are you mad about now? Oh, wait. Well, this is not how you... Good grief. Okay. That was our first problem. I know everybody left, but you're going to be sorry when you get back. And I've fixed everything. I don't know. That's a bummer. I'm truly pretty confused by this. So just to be clear, we want to be sure this is enabled. If we go here, it is set to this. So we want to be sure this is enabled. Doesn't that seem right? Doesn't that seem... Doesn't that seem like what you want? Doesn't that seem like what you want to be true? I really don't know. I'm just like, this is definitely one of those things where, so somebody commented on this problem or a similar problem in the repo and the author of the repository just kind of ignored it. So it's just me trying to like sort of guess. Without a ton of luck. My guessing is not working very well today. I mean, presumably the backward compatibility thing just means like in an older version of this library, they just had a different configurable. I mean, it feels like that's the thing that's gating us in, is this, oh, or this, oh, this. So where's this defined? So where's this defined? So, what a weird thing. Like, do I need to... Was defaulting there? It's just so weird. I mean, presumably these are things that get turned on based on the platform, and I'm not really supposed to be doing this, but... So now if I set this to 1, I kind of feel we're actually zoning in on getting it to compile. That doesn't mean it's going to work at all, but... what I think is supposed to happen is that when it knows the platform, that it will, those variables will all get set for you. So I think the base problem underneath all of this, I think, is just that it doesn't, this library doesn't know this platform, which is weird, which would be very weird because this board is like, it's not made by Adafruit, but it's sold by Adafruit based on kind of their specification. And the, lame. We're still missing something. And is, and the library is from them as well. So I just don't really get it. So but I feel like the issue at this point is like there's just a few other things we have to find. We have to like find these things. Because I'm guessing that's what's going on. Like I think if we go in here, we will find things like, oops. What? Like, where would that even get defined? That's so weird. Is like, where would this ever get turned on? I see. These are the boards. So this is where these things get turned on. So who turns this on ever? So it gets turned on for Raspberry Pis. It gets turned on for whatever boards these include. It gets turned on here, which, well, that's where, because I turned it on there, but where it seemed to get turned on for. Aspersif boards. So see, this is a weird one. Like, who uses this? I know one. This is MCU. That's probably supposed to be getting set. I don't know. I really don't like dealing with like trudging through other people's libraries. This is where you would, I guess, expect those things to be turned on, although weirdly MIDI does not seem. I don't know. I don't know. What's so sad? It's a sad story. Okay, but what about Francois? What can you tell me? This is pretty lame because it explicitly says that the Adafruit 10USB library just done. I don't know. I mean, this is like my least favorite kind of thing to do. Is try to just deal with unknown bugs resulting from choices somebody else made. It just bums me out. Using ESP32. Wait, what does this mean? If using ESP32 core, you need to use core V2. V1 is too obsolete and won't support tight and USB. So wait, what does that mean? So is that a... Okay, it's just like... So is this an obvious thing that I should know? Like... And Lady Ada's comment here is not very useful. ESP32 core. Okay, wait. I need... So this is what we set. Platform. What does this mean? What does that mean? Arduino core. What does it mean? Oh. Oh. Is that my issue here? Is I'm like supposed to be using... Like, is this... Am I not supposed to be using... It says Arduino though. But still, I'm so confused. The Grimbone's one eating chimkin nuggets. I'm confused, everybody. Maybe I'm missing something. We are using Arduino. I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost. I mean, gosh, what does that mean? What does that mean? 10 USB library version. Like, this is kind of old. So that unfortunately doesn't help. Says that should be supported. It's just a bummer because it just seems like sort of this is the problem. Like this is the person having the problem. And I don't really know what the solution is. So, do we keep trying to get this dumb board to work? We have 2 projects called MediBridge. We don't. We do. Why is this true? What am I missing? What am I missing? Going back here, was there anything else we needed to do? Helper libraries. Does the helper library help with anything? No. Actually, what are we gonna do? What do we do here? What obvious thing am I forgetting or missing? Make it go? Oh, okay. Well, okay. We can put it that way. Oh boy. I don't want to deal with any of this stuff. I mean, my temptation, and this is where I struggle with like stick-to-itiveness and like self-preservation. My temptation is just to say, this stack sucks, and don't use it. I would kind of like to make this work. Kind of like to make this work. I mean, this is the example. Literally, the example is what I'm trying to compile. It's just that something about the configuration I have, which I just can't quite piece together, is not setting like the parameters that I want. And so that's pretty confusing. And the way things decide, like, hey, do you have MIDI configured or not, are like, this is decided in multiple places, seemingly based on the platform. And maybe we could go through and like manually try to find all these things. Like, this is not the board, right? That's not it. See, these are all the ports. That's not it. That's not it. So, I mean, it almost seems like, and maybe this is just true, that it's just so funny that these other platforms have this config file. The ESP does not. And find this. Like, where's that defined? Should I, is this the trick? Is this what I need? I don't know. Feels like this is not quite, doesn't quite get me there. Right? It feels like that. It feels like I'm still not quite there. Although maybe that fixed everything. That'd be funny. That would be funny. I don't think it did, but no, I didn't fix anything. Everything's broken. Try to build, but I don't think it's gonna work. Anyway, what I was trying to find, I lost it. Here. I mean, this remains to be a problem. It just doesn't seem to, even if we could get this to import, it just doesn't seem like it's gonna do, it's gonna enable MIDI. Unless there's just some trick. Actually, this is just, let's go here. I mean, whatever, like I can do this all day. It doesn't mean it's gonna work. Like just because I can force it to compile at a certain point, it definitely does not guarantee. So like, you're set to 1. Let's set you to something. So that gets you there. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. This gets you to here, which gets you to here. So I should be getting in here. It's just like, yeah, where would MIDI get enabled in here? Because I see that for the other platforms, I just don't see it for here. So it's like it doesn't actually support the S3. Like maybe technically it runs, but maybe it doesn't support the, but that makes no sense. Like, what's the whole point? Like, it's probably not called, but it's like there's an underlying problem that is fundamentally like their strategy for recognizing the hardware you're on. Like, we're a couple layers in the weeds as far as things being supported or not. And the way it feels to me, and I may be wrong, like looking at these other platforms, you know, these other platforms do stuff. Like they say like, oh cool, let's turn on MIDI. Like for these other platforms in here, we include these other dudes. Okay, use the ESPSC. Use this. Use this config. Well, where is this? I'm very confused. This file is called TUSB config. And it's saying that if we're on a... This just seems wrong. It just seems not right. Like it seems broken. Use the BSP SDK include Arduino TUSB include. Is that not where I am right now? Maybe it's not. Like where is that file? BSP. Maybe that's supposed to be ESP SDK? State. Maybe it's just a typo. Where is this? Where's this file? So, okay, I'm kind of curious about that. It was a waste of time. Like this, I shouldn't be doing this. I should be like acknowledging that this does not seem to do the thing that I want it to do. You know, weirdly in here, are you telling me that inside here is like SDK include, etc., etc.? I find that hard to believe. USB enable. Well, here it is. Why? But this just seems to set it all to 0. So this TUSB option SDK config. Oh boy. Okay, I mean, I think I kind of, sort of, slightly get it. So this Arduino, do I kind of get it? I think I kind of get it. I don't know how to get to where I want to be here. Because this is actually solved. So is it fundamentally... Oh boy. Who's Jason 2866? Who is this? Is that the issue? I don't even know quite how to articulate what, like, I guess like kind of like, is that not? Should this be my platform, basically? How do I know what version of the platform I'm using? I have to go click on this bug. I kind of want to just try it with a regular S3. Like maybe it is the. Okay, we'll try to configure this. Or can I like add a version here or? Pretty confusing though, you know, like I just don't quite know like the platform IO version, but is this just that's September 30th. This is very up to date. An Arduino 2.0 core. Can I do this? Is this gonna save the day? Am I running out of patience? I don't know. I have like infinite patience for like nonsense that I should not spend my time on for some reason. I don't know why. The funny thing is, like, even if I get this to work, it's not really what I want. It's not what I'm aiming for. I guess it would just be nice to have like a footprint, like a known footprint that I'm going to use for this PCB if I'm going to order the PCB. Didn't I click the build button? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Once again, streaming 3 hours was so little accomplished. You know, I'm trying to just get back in the swing of streaming a little bit, but man, remember when we used to stream and like actually do things? What happened to that? Are you doing anything or? Nobody's talking to you. Maybe this is like very confused because we changed the platform. Okay, now that did Grimbone go away, can we please just talk? Oh, Axio, you're a sweetheart. Axio, is there anything you'd like to know? I'm glad to explain it. This is your stream. You're the audience now. Grimbone is, as I said, he's basically a bot created by AMD to sell me processors. So definitely don't listen to Grimbone. Draklin is like a spirit from heaven that occasionally visits and then like bestows a blessing and then just ascends to the heavens. Life is yours is, I don't even know. He's probably working. He has a job now and he's a grown-up adult. He used to be just a handsome young lad and now he's a grown man. I don't know what to say about any of these people. Ben has a baby child, like a literal baby human. So yeah, so ESP32, yes, put shortly, yes. It also, it's kind of interesting, I guess. I mean, it is the brain, but it also, and this is the real appeal of it, I think, is it has built-in fancy pants support for Wi-Fi and various Bluetooth flavors. And that was the whole thing that brought us to this, because we were to try to use the Matter SDK, even though the Matter SDK is currently broken. So I bought some, and I bought this like no-name brand from China and got 3 for $17. I was very excited that they had USB-C ports, only to discover these aren't really USB-C. I mean, it's a USB-C connector, but it's not actually a USB-C port, which is pretty annoying. The footprint of this board kind of sucks for breadboard because it's 1 inch wide, so it takes most of the breadboard. Do you think this is working, or is this broken? What do we think is actually going on here? Is it working? Anyway. It seems like none of my commands are doing anything. I'm kind of feel like we should just exit VS Code. Binary, it's the only choice. What else can I do? No, here's what I'm thinking, and I kind of like this idea, but it's also absurd, but I kind of like it. But it's absurd, but I kind of like it. One, I don't really understand why this workspace has the same thing twice. Okay, that seems fine. This seems fine. I still don't know why we're like stuck in this weird... This doesn't seem good. No tasks here. Loading tasks. Okay, I feel like we've broken everything. I mean, it is kind of funny. So yes. So Axio, to answer you, this is both like the brain, the microcontroller brain, but also is the comms unit, which is not true necessarily on other boards where you have like a separate chip that is the comms chip, comms hardware. And so that's interesting about it. And that's kind of the thing that makes this extremely interesting, especially for like Matter, like Internet of Things, because it does both. So I don't know. So the thing that gives me hope for Matter is that even given its flaky state, like that Apple and Google would sign on, because that's the thing you need to make a standard, right? Is like, companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft, if they are on board with the thing, that thing has a chance of becoming a widely adopted standard. Otherwise, it's not happening. How broken are we now? Like, I feel like we're sadly have damaged things here. We've broken platform IO. Who can say? We maybe broke this. This is our platform. Is that not reasonable? Just to put that in? Reasonable to me. So yeah, okay, sorry, I'm not answering. I'm being very articulate. The sure. This is kind of troubling that all these things are happening over here. Loading tasks, loading tasks. This doesn't look good. I'm gonna exit this and then I'm gonna see if like we have some rogue VS Code task running or something that we need to kill. At a glance, no. I'm also gonna close the Arduino IDE. I could. So I definitely could do my homebridge setup. The reason I'm not is because really early on when I was thinking of this, like the early versions of this idea of like the stupid, or not stupid, but like needlessly complicated, complex physical hardware to do these tasks, I had that idea of having like individual modules that you would hook together to do different things. And I started liking the idea of having a box that is the Matter to MIDI box. And it would just be a box that you plugged in a MIDI, USB MIDI or whatever, and then you would have a way to just bridge that to Matter for both input and output. And so I think that sounds cool. And so with Matter being both half-baked and with the idea of maybe having that as a separate module, I was thinking like, okay, maybe for now this purely just has like a hardware communication strategy. There's no Wi-Fi in this box. There's no Bluetooth in this box. It's just pure hardware. And was thinking of that. Also, I guess the bigger explanation for that is if there was some crazy future where this was a thing that I would want to be able to just sell to a human, like, hey human, I want to sell you this, and you're going to put it in your home and it's just going to work. The homebridge stuff seems like more of a hassle for that person. I don't remember how to make this work anymore. I thought we could just push this button. Did I break something? Shouldn't this already be a platform IO project? I think I broke something by doing the like the workspace remove. So let's close this and try yet again. In that future, Matter is a complete functional thing. Now, in the like the really lazy thing that I'm trying to do right now, which is like what all of this hassle is about, is that I have an ESP32 S3 board, which in theory does both. In theory, yeah, I get it. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, definitely part of me is thinking like, oh, there needs to be like some web interface that does the thing or something, but anyway, I was just, a big motivator for this is I just happen to have an ESP32 S3 board, and an ESP32 S3 board should be able to do both of those things. It should function in the Matter world, and it should function in the like USB emulate things world. And so this was supposed to be easy, and now I'm several hours into trying to get it to work. So it's funny because yesterday I feel like I had a really productive day while I wasn't streaming, because I did I got into Fusion and learned all the PCB stuff there, and it was feeling pretty good. And now today it feels like I'm cursed and nothing is working. So let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Kind of think we're in a weird state here. That's not what I want. Okay. Like, what weird state am I in that this doesn't know that it's a matter project? I mean, also a lot of another thing to say is this was just like the shortest path to getting me to a working project, I guess, or like a project I could call complete without having to wait for matter to update, because then I could at a certain point, if I do get this working with the Feather S3, just update the software in the box to the new software. How did I break this badly? Okay, let's just try a new window. Let's try to go here and open a project, because I feel like we've just gotten in some weird... state. I think like the root folder wasn't right, so we weren't seeing the platform IO file. Okay, now we're back to loading tasks, which hopefully, I don't know what's gonna happen. It's a bummer. The Switch thing is just lame. Like, it's also lame that they just didn't know. Like, you would have thought that they would be testing. You would think at a minimum, you'd really want to make sure that like Google and Apple's ecosystems worked with your spec, because that seems like that has to be the widest potential audience, right? Like that seems like that has to be... seems like you really want that to work. That's what it seems like. It's HomeKit's implementation of Matter. I mean, to me, there's I don't know. It's confusing. To me, there's a disconnect between sort of the understanding of what a switch means. Well, I don't know about that either, because there are the other platforms that have implemented Matter. This sure sucks. It would be cool to just be able to like build my project. Did I do this incorrectly? Oh, you know, okay, we should double check that actually. So this platform So should I do this instead? Like, is this not the... I don't know if this is gonna make a difference, but I'm gonna like try to emulate this person's settings a bit more. Let's navigate to the documentation. It feels like... feels busted. I don't know. I mean, yeah, sorry, what I was saying was like, there seems to be a weird disconnect between something like, for example, what Apple thinks of as a switch and what Matter thinks of as a switch. Oh, that is true. I did see some Pi stuff for it. I mean, I have a Raspberry Pi Zero right here in my hand, but that's sucks. That kind of sucks. Okay, are we here? Did we do it? Are we good? Can we build this? Is it gonna build? Okay, so this is not the thing to do. Okay, well, so apparently the thing that I hoped, we're just gonna get stuck back in the state we were just in. Guess we'll see. Think so. Bummer. Just stuck in some dumb... My buddy Jason. I mean, I think the thing that could be fun... I mean, the MIDI thing's funny. Kind of makes me wish there was, like, I don't know, it's weird to think about, but like as far as just like a very widely supported hardware communication protocol, it's hard to think of something that comes close to MIDI. Like just MIDI's just so well supported. It's so simple. And I think it would be funny, even aside from this project, with like the ESP Matter, like MIDI to Matter bridge. You could just plug in like a USB MIDI keyboard and use it to control Matter lights. I think that'd be kind of funny. So are we actually building? Is it really gonna work this time? Confidence level low. What? That's not what I expected to break. Okay, it's not really what I expected to be broken. We probably do have to like just clean all now that we've changed the platform. And I should say, like, you know, obviously USB human, what is that? Human interface device, HID devices. Did that actually clean? Also very widely supported, like a keyboard or whatever. But the most, which is a little strange to me to think about, but like the most common USB HID devices, keyboards, mice, joysticks, gamepads, all of those kinds of things are almost all input only, right? Like there's not a lot of, do any of those have any output? I don't even know. That's true. It is true. Well, and I think another thing that's cool about MIDI is just like, there's always a problem. If you want to make two things speak together is like, oh no, like, how are we gonna like, one, it's always annoying to do, to be like, okay, what's the protocol? Like, how are these things gonna talk? How am I gonna like pack the data? What's my start and end bytes? What do, you know, all of that kind of thing that always comes up. What a strange problem. Seems extra broken. This seems even more broken. So I think we're just getting deeper in brokenness instead of less deep. So that's annoying already. And then the idea is like, oh, now I need a computer to talk to it. So like it was annoying to have the hardware where it could talk, and I have to have custom software to talk to it. So just the idea of like, wow, I can just, not only do I have sort of like a protocol ready for me, but most computers will just speak that protocol. It's pretty cool. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Stick it in a Euro rack. I do love the look of that. Okay, I mean, I've been continually guessing every step of the way on this. Why would you be Why is this looking at this project? Oh no, that's where we are. Media source. So did I break this even more? I mean, I was messing with the source code, did I? What? Did I make other changes here? I can't even remember. I mean, I think it'd be fun. It'd be kind of cool. And then the data back is the big thing, just because none of the other obvious protocols support that, right? Like to be able to like flip the lights on the unit back, I could do with MIDI control units. So I'm pretty into the MIDI idea. I am very close to just smashing this device. It's pretty weird. Like what am I missing here? What am I missing? Friend, Jason? Is it? I mean, I kind of wonder if it is the board. Like, so let's just try this. I don't know. I really don't. I'm having cut and paste problems. But I'm also quite close to just saying, I don't like this. I'm just gonna use the teensy. I know I've been saying that for an hour, but it's true. I don't like this. Oh, that's probably wrong. It's probably not the board. I'm probably supposed to be a shoot. Can I not get to platform while? So configure you. So the end can just be whatever, right? Like, just be whatever. Like just this. I don't know, man. Let's break it all. It's funny because it still doesn't feel like we've, like, some of our defines are clearly not like trickling back up, although we're in some stupid state of this land again, which is a sad story. Oh, well, now we're talking. Like, can we just look at beautiful old synthesizers instead of dealing with bad software and hardware? Now, what would be cool? Okay, how's this? Okay, here's a feature. Here's a feature of the MIDI matter bridge. Is that you can? It's not just individual keys, but different chords can do things, and it will have a. Okay, this is getting dumber, but here comes the dumbness. Um, you can play chords like Goonies style, and different chords will have different options to do different things. So it's not just individual notes. And then we could have a synth. We could have whatever that thing is called, free synth, like we did for the chair, which I still have not finished. Okay, how broken are we now? Pretty broken. We did get our tasks though. Seems like we're in a like extra weird broken state right now. Extra weird, extra broken. And so much of this question is just like, yeah, we're just busted. Busted. Really don't even begin to like. This is weird. Why would that be true? Let's rebuild because it does seem like that was a. And a library. That's too bad, because it would be cool. It's what I've wanted for a long time, is one board to rule them all. What'd you just say? Just one cute little board that does everything. I do love power sliders. A teensy is close to a board that does it all. It really is. I think you can do that. I think that's a possibility. Yeah, I could see all the dimmers go down. Well, I really thought we were going to get this to work. I really did. Did this end up officially supported, or? Framework Arduino Espressif. I really should have already given up on this a long time ago. How do you know the frameworks? You know, Arduino just shows you. So this seems like the thing that I want, you know? Say platform IO is supported. Annoying that it doesn't like explicitly show an S3 board. I already forgot what the real board was. Forgot all about it. Boards, no, projects, configure. So let's set that to the board. I mean, this is also probably one of those things where it's just should be totally obvious. Or I'm just totally missing something that I should see. I'll make you the board. Framework is still Arduino. It wasn't really clear to me like how to use core. So how do you say which core? I guess that's the whole question I'm trying to deal with. I don't know. Should we just give up and go to a teensy? It would be funny if the fundamental problem here was the network drive thing. So far that it hasn't actually broken anything, but that would be so dumb if that was the issue that I'm having. It's just some stupid shared drive thing. I don't think it is. Doesn't seem like it is, but it's possible that it is. I am pretty confused by the like when you go into Platform IO land and you start to look at the platforms. Like, is this that what I have? 2.0.5, but that doesn't seem right. I guess if we, where are we? Isn't this 3.0 something? No, it is 2.0.5. So how's that different than the like other V5 one? I don't know. I don't understand. Let's go to full purple board instead. Also, oh, actually, another thing I was thinking about is the base of this thing Because, like, realistically, making something that's gonna, like, support this monster, I don't have the ability or facilities, really, to, like... This would never work, right? Like, this would just topple over the moment you try to push a button. So I need to both lower the center of gravity and... turn off my short stand. Oh. Lower the center of gravity and find a way to, like, hold it so it just doesn't topple. So I'm actually now considering something less like this and something more like, I don't know how to draw it necessarily. That's gonna be a weird one, actually. How would I draw this? Okay, I'll turn this off and make a new component. It's like... So if I wanted to draw on the bottom of this, and then basically, weird when this like just stops following mysteriously. I don't understand that at all. Like, something makes the computer hiccup a little bit, and then the pointer is just like, I'm not going to follow you. I don't have time for this. Not good. Really bad. Actually, really irritating. Like, pretty much makes this unusable. It's weird because the rest of the OS seems responsive. Why can't you come over here? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the full width, and then this just ends up being whatever, like a 0.7 piece of material. A little too big. And then I'll just tell you what to do. I mean, this isn't exactly right, but basically the idea. In fact, let's do it like this, and then let's also map sketch. Just extrude like a piece of wood. I don't actually want you to be a single body. Well, that's a little annoying. A great solution for that. I have to extrude them separately, but anyway. So basically, I would just build a box for it to sit on that the ring would just slide through a hole in the top. Still will probably topple over, but it feels slightly more robust. It doesn't really have to be full width. I was thinking it might look kind of cool that way. I don't know. It needs to be subdued in its look. I don't know. I just don't have enough you know, if I had infinite confidence and infinite ability, I would like get some steel plate and then weld a thing, and I don't know. That would get kind of expensive too. Infinite budget, I guess, should be on that list. Okay, what stupid thing broke this time? It's all the same. No, it's actually different. Different things broke this time. Okay. Interesting. That was actually like a different thing that was broken. So that's great. So I don't think we need this because I think that was just complaining about that. And then send receive MIDI, tiny USB device. This still doesn't, we're still not there. I don't know, everybody. Well, yeah, I mean, I could make like a 500-pound base. It would be cool to just make a cement base. It would be kind of cool. I could make a cement base for it. Oh, binary, is that what I'm gonna do? Concrete base? That's ridiculous, but doable. I kind of like it. Okay, what are you mad about now? What are you actually mad about now? Like you almost... No, we're just definitely totally broken. We're back to square one in terms of just like not getting Is this because we don't include this? Oh, pretty weird thing. It's freaking you. But why, like... Oh, boy. Just so weird. Like, in here, if we are expressive... Is that in here? Or where is it? I don't even know. It's so confusing. Like, did we at least get that? I don't really feel like it. Like, that we're on the right board? This feels like a low bar. Okay, so you're telling me I'm gonna like mix a bag of concrete, make a weird just like concrete block that's gonna sit on the table, and then on that concrete block, I mean, I'm not opposed to this necessarily. I'm not pro this necessarily, but we get it, wax the concrete. I don't know. A wooden box is much easier, but I could just build a wooden box and then pour concrete in it. Man, I really don't know. I don't know. Like, we don't seem to think that we are this device. We seem to think that we are this. Weirdly. I don't know. Do we think we are this? Who would say such a thing? mean, it looks kind of like that. Like we said that. So D Arduino equals 10, 8, 21. So is this the problem that when we're in here doing like the board matching, is this how that works? Is this like some... I don't know. It still feels not there. Like, or I just don't, I'm not getting it. Like, what is, who's disabled here? Who do you think you are? I'm tired. This feels like it should be gettable, but I'm just not getting it. And now we've spent like multiple hours just battling. Well, I'll probably build the box stand anyway next time at the shop, just because that's quick and easy. Like, who's telling you not to import? That's sad, really. This is all a sad story. And seems like you should know. You. Am I just missing some incredibly obvious thing? Like, it all comes down, seemingly to me, it looks like it's all coming down to the detection routines. And I think this is a problem we had also in the Arduino IDE, is that like, what a waste of time. This was all just like such a waste of time. I've not accomplished anything. I'm sure there's other ways that we could do these examples. Like, you can get raw HUD stuff, but not USB stuff. This is all just built into Teensy, by the way, or just like in like core to Teensy. So easy. Some of my boards. Which boards? Pico, AR. Right, like, weren't we having essentially the same? So if we were at advanced, okay, I have a funny idea that's going to be really funny and probably make me cry, but let's try it. The tiny USB library MIDI test, right? Then we're gonna, how do you think you're a cutie pie? Feather S3 and here. So my expectation is when we try to build this, we're gonna get that linker error, which now I think I understand. Now I think that's happening because of those if defs and stuff's just not being understood. Presumably because of this board model, but we'll give it a shot. I don't know. I think this would look kind of cool just as a little monolith. Certainly much less work for me to just build a wooden base with a hole in it. I mean, you can rotate it here because I didn't design a way for you not to be able to. It's not, wouldn't call it intentional necessarily. So I think like this linker error, I think is not what we think it is. I mean, I think it's what we were seeing also in Platform IO. So I was just wondering, why can I not pick a board? Are we broken again? There's some secret board server that is completely broken, probably. What, 47 files are we indexing? What are we doing? Who knows? Okay, can we just do an ESP32? It's so irritating. ESP32 S2 native USB, ESP32 S3, ESP32 S3 dev module. Are you actually compiling this sketch? Because I don't really believe you. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, I was trying to think of something heavy enough for to use to the base, and I kept thinking like, I don't know, big steel plate or something, but now you really have me considering this ludicrous cement donut. Make it even more dangerous to drop on your foot. Oh my gosh. Did that just work? I don't even know. I think I dropped the board somewhere in frustration. Where even is it? Where's the board? It's just on the floor. Are you telling me that the whole problem was just the board? And that everything we did was not really necessary and that it was all just the board? So if this did work, how would we know? Would we see a MIDI device? I hate trying to find this. Isn't there there's just like some simple glitch thing that we used to use. Floor stand. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's kind of cool. Honestly, that would be pretty freaking cool. So I gotta buy $80 worth of pipe. Status not connected to a mini device. How do you do that? I feel like there's one that we used to see that was like, a long time since we tested this. Like there was some glitch. There was just a keyboard that just had drop downs that would let you do it. Like, okay. Well, do we actually upload this to this board? I mean, compiling and flashing. Failed upload, no port provided. Why did this happen? Okay. That's interesting. So board, but core ESP32 board. Put it on a broomstick. That thing's pretty heavy. I don't know about a broomstick, but I do think like some surplus plumbing pipe or something. Some steel pipe. Did this actually reset? It doesn't seem like it did. It did say there was a dumb error with the don't think Windows will show you device. I have not heard from Twitch. Why have I not heard from Twitch? That is so unnerving. Am I fired? Am I fired? The hole's pretty huge, though. The hole is pretty substantial. But yeah, that's fairly true, though. Like that, those are just so ugly, though. Those galvanized, like fence poles. The blue ones, because are they nickel coated? I feel like this is not. I feel like we're just very broken. Oh, we're supposed to be in this mode. Okay, let's try again. I'm curious about the command lines that we're using here. Like, would help if it didn't. You know, Dave config Unity. I want to see all stuff that it passes when compiling, and then maybe we could emulate that. And what are you talking about? No upload. Whoa, what is that? Lolin C3 Mini. What does that mean? What is a Lolin C3 Mini? Did we give it a name? The set string is not there. What a just monumental pain in the entire butt. Still doesn't necessarily mean this is gonna work, but oh, long command. Come on, buddy. Where's the end? A lot of include paths. Come on. Come on. Okay, this goes for all eternity, so. Well, that was less stuff than I was expecting. DSP platform. We really don't set that much stuff there. So I wonder where it sets the stuff like you're in USB on the go mode. What a weird thing. Where did our SP G2S dev module? Bragging. Ooh, okay. I'm interested. So I went to like some like salvage reclamation kind of place. Oh, I see. Like a patio kind of thing. Interesting. Heavy duty. Man, that's kind of cool if I could find one that was just already like burly looking. It's definitely like the initial thing I was thinking for sure. It's just like a plate with a pole. It's just, I mean, I could figure out how to mount that. If I don't know. Kind of expensive. No, it's not too crazy. Bronze, 26 pounds. $1 a pound, what a bargain. It would be so convenient if you have one of one of these had a matching pole radius. I would kind of doubt that, but maybe. Oh, why are you so expensive? They're just a heavy piece of metal with a stick coming out of it. Okay, but that's good. That's good thinking. Okay. I just don't even have a sense if this is at all working. It feels like no. It's just, the answer feels like it is not. Because you would at least expect it to show up. Really weird that it gets the board wrong every time. We did say we were in USB on the go mode. Upload mode. Oh, actually, no. Do I have that enabled? I don't know. It was such an annoying waste of time. Certain I'm missing something. No question. You could just write it all in CircuitPython. But I don't want to. It's weird because it like seems like it compiles. This doesn't do anything. You know, it works great. It's teensy. Okay, I feel like this is the last try. I cannot believe that I've been streaming for 4.5 hours with like accomplishing nothing. I mean, I can't believe that. But anyway, while I have you here. Wait, where's my shopping cart? Wait. What's not the shopping cart? How do you just, it just like, it's like it guesses every time what the board is. It's pretty weird. It's just a fun game that it plays called, okay, got it that time. I crashed it by sending bad data. Good Lord. Well, we got it to work. I don't even know what to say. What a monumental pain in the butt. Actually, I can't believe you're still here. Ben, you're still here too. Why? How did you just like hang out while I just blindly made changes? That really was going to be my last try. Like, I know I've said that 15 times, but I had fully exhausted my patience. Good grief. So, I still can't tell you exactly what happens. I think it's something about the way this board is something about when you use this board in the Platform IO notion of a board, or even the Arduino notion of a board, that Arduino, that Adafruit, it's called the Adafruit Arduino Tiny USB Library, whatever, identifies it incorrectly. Okay, I need to stop because now I'm tempted to say like, oh, well, you know, if we got it to work here, we could probably get it to work in on the Platform IO side. The tricky thing of getting it to work on the Platform IO side, I think, would be getting all of the well, maybe not. I was gonna say all of the like defines correct. But I don't know. Okay, let's try one more time. Oh, over here, I mean. Okay, so what if, this is just a big what if. What if we got rid of all of the like weird things that we tried to do to get this to work and just made it, and then just basically picked a board. So let's do this and let's go here. What an annoying thing. It's just especially annoying because that board is like endorsed by Adafruit, who made this library. I mean, you know, it's crazy that they support as much as they do, but it's still, this feels like, if you're gonna support anything, it would be cool to support Okay, so we need to say what platform we want, and we need to say what board we want. So for platforms, I really don't know which one to use. I think we want this one. So that'd be platform equals expressive versus if it was this one, we'd need the, well, who knows? Maybe this will all be broken. And then the board is where we got ourselves into trouble. But I think we just want to see, just say ESP32S3. I don't know which one to use. Not the feather one. I think it's just this one. This. So board. I still kind of feel like we're gonna have issues here. Like I still kind of feel like we're like there's some compiler define or something. Well, that's weird. That was not the right board. S3 USB. What? Excuse me? It's pretty weird that my clean task failed. That's weird. There's the what? Their dev kit. Dev C. Try this one. I don't know. That one seems to work. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Okay, let's try this like kind of brass tacks. Reset to this, which I probably should have tried 4 hours ago or whenever. Okay, so Insane Binary thinks this is a floor standing unit. You know what that sounds like then, though? There's like this heavy duty stanchion. How do you spell it? How do you spell it, stanchion? Yeah. So if we could just find a stanchion pole without the retractable belt thing. These are heavy as F usually. Okay, is this how you spell a stanchion? Okay, helps if you know how to spell it, I guess. I'm gonna find one on eBay. The problem is if I find it on eBay, it will cost $1 billion. I'm gonna need to find one at like University Surplus or something. But this would actually be pretty ideal, I think, because they're crazy heavy. The radius in my mind is like in the ballpark of the right radius. Oh, there is a, you know what? Now that I think about it, there's a restaurant supply store not far from here. I wonder how heavy these are. Made of metal. These don't seem heavy. These seem like you'd knock them right the hell over. What's the weight? How much is the weight? But if this is a thing that is at a restaurant supply, so it's only 20 pounds. I mean, it's not terrible, but this thing's, that's heavy. Like, this is the thing that if it fell over and smashed your feet, you'd have a bad time. It's a bad time for everybody. Okay, I don't know exactly what's happening over here. Loading tasks. So we should say build. Wait, is that true? Are you from the stanchion capital of the world? I always use these at, like, the Children's Museum has a lot of these for signage. But I use them all the time for prototypes. Or I have in the past. Because then you can just mount on a thing. But they don't have the... That's for umbrella stands. Don't necessarily have the... I think we're to a point where there's just like some define we need. But I don't know. I don't know what they are, and I don't really even know how to determine them. So in other words, oh, wait, weighted light pole base? I don't know what you mean by light pole. Like, I think... If I really copy all that, does it actually copy all? Because I don't think it does. It kind of looks like it truncates. Or maybe not. Where are we? I don't know how to tell it that, you know? Like, I don't know how to tell it, to be in... Oh, I see what you mean. It's just this just has to be so much more burly. So none. Wish I could tell where I was. These insane. Okay, so this seems to be what is getting sent. Why is USB mode 0? It's not what I expected. And now I don't remember how we add flags to this. Why is everything so hard and annoying? Come on, what is it? It's not that hard. Just like, the hard part is just finding the documentation. Where was the getting started? Getting started, thanks. Not for my, okay, build flags. Should I just put all of them? All 7 million build flags? It's funny, it's a USB mode. USB CDC on boot. Okay, well, let's try build. This is such a tricky one because it's like the errors feel like there's something very different. Like the errors feel like something else is the problem, and you just have to, like, I mean, really, there has to be a way to work backwards and figure this out. We're still not getting there. Like, what? It's funny because this seems like it's the MIDI that we didn't get, but we did get the I'll try to clean and then build again. But it just may be that there's like, we need some other stuff, like these other like all the Arduino stuff. Just give me all of them. I would kind of sort of believe that, even though it seems not. It could also be that we still also have the other problem. Like we still also have the problem of the wrong This looks pretty weird. Why does this look so crazy? We also, maybe we still have the core version problem as well. Kind of thought it was going to be easier once we figured out how to get it working in Arduino, but seems not that way. Okay, well, we know we can get it working there for whatever that's worth. I think our... That doesn't look right. Did it actually still parse that? That was weird. I don't really know what broke. Unless just like... Did I break something in pasting? That Arduino partition default looks a little weird, but maybe that is right. I don't know. I should have known when to quit. A lot of yellow. Red.
Yeah.
What could we be missing? What could it be? I think this is back just to the basic example. I think it will break in a slightly different way. Yeah, I'm just pretty confused about like where like the version that I'm using. Like I just don't quite know how to even Arduino Espresso. That seems like a big version number. So it kind of feels like a compilation thing. I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's a compilation thing. I guess I mean it almost feels like it's just an argument thing. Or it is the board. D Arduino board into ESP32+3 dev. Like you don't really see it here, unfortunately, but like in the build tasks, it's like you don't really see the Okay, I'm seriously, we're done. We're done here. I gotta think about it a little more. Like I just am so annoyed by the stack here that even if I did get it working, I don't know that I'd feel confident in it. I don't know that I would feel like, oh yes, I want to use this. We're just gonna straight up copy these for whatever that's worth. And then we are gonna straight up paste them here for whatever that's worth. Maybe I had a multi-line problem or something. We're gonna let that go. So in the meantime, okay. Anybody who's still there, hopefully everybody's gone, because why would you be watching this? But somebody does happen to still be here. I thought I had a machine mostly picked out. I really did. And then Grimbone came and was like a little devil. Like a little devil on my shoulder, causing me doubt. Axio, that's a sure lullaby. Lullaby, dear Axio. I mean, that is 20 years more recent than most of my PC building knowledge. So that means you're an expert. I feel pretty good about this build. I feel not bad about this build. However, the little Grimbone on my shoulder is saying that I should get AMD instead, so I can have real cores instead of efficiency cores. Do I listen to the little Grimbone on my shoulder? I don't know. I don't know the answer. It would be 24, but 24 real cores. What is it? I can see in the background that the thing didn't work. Just didn't work. Just didn't. I feel like, I mean, I guess we get to go into crazy verbose land and try to see all our build flags, but it just ain't working. Because of you. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. So what can we do? I don't know. What was the ports? It was inside here. This is what's so weird. Arduino Arc ESP32. And this, which seems to be like the criminal. Unless I still have the wrong board. ESP32 S3 Dev Kit 1C. Like, seems like the thing. And presumably these are things, you know, these are all those flags. So, I don't know. It's a sad story. Wait, I accidentally changed this. But that's just the... Oh boy. So it's the same number of threads. But these have the efficiency core mix, and this is 12 real cores. It's the real... I guess that's the real difference. I don't know who to believe. Jedi believe Grimbone, a stranger on the internet? Or should I believe reputable websites? Well, it's 750 then. Wait, what? How do I add another one? How do I find you? Oh. This fella? Okay. Basically the same price. Basically everything. Dang. Oh, is that true? So cute. Who do I trust here? Remember that era? There was that era, I guess right around that time actually, where there was like, gosh, what else was it? There were some other ones though. There were some, what were the other? There were other CPUs in that era. There were like, Cyrix, that's what it was. That was the, I feel like that was the budget. Yeah, higher performance than Intel, but lower price. Yeah, they merged, and then eventually they end up owned by AMD. Oh, Cyrix, not thought for you. I thought about you in a long time. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be the new AMD cards will be shipping in a couple weeks, and they'll be in people's hands. So we shall see. Okay, I did not mean to stream this long. I'm so tired. That's so irritating. Why is it like these tool chains? I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, it's remarkable that something like Platform IO even works, that it can even possibly deal with all of the variables, but it is annoying, explicitly in this case, because I feel like, unfortunately, the that 10 USB library is just not doing me any favors, not helping me out, and it seems like the author does not want to support Platform IO. So I don't know. I don't know that I've really decided what I think is The right thing to do. What's the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do? All right, I'll probably buy a computer in the next couple of weeks. Probably a thing to do. And for this freaking project, I just don't know. I mean, I'm into, so the MIDI thing I think I'm on board with. And so what I think that means, the whole point of today, oh my gosh. I haven't washed my hands since I was soldering earlier. Oh no. Uh-oh. I think I just rubbed a bunch of lead in my eyes. Maybe that's why my eyes are feeling really irritated. Oh no. That was bad. Okay, well, I'm gonna go flush my eyes. And then, oh my, they're burning a little bit now. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my eyes out with gasoline. Ouch. And then we'll see you again next time. Yeah, okay. Anyway, the whole point of this of today was trying to decide, like, with a Feather S3, could I get away with both, right? Like, could I do all the Matter stuff and then also do all the USB MIDI stuff? And the answer seems to be, like, theoretically yes, but in practice it's as annoying as all hell. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my eyes. Goodbye.